Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the June 2nd, 2026 public board meeting of the Halton District School Board. These meetings are open to the public so that all can see and hear our deliberations and how each trustee votes on the business before us in an open and transparent manner. I would like to extend a special welcome to our guests, both in person and online. We're very happy to have you join us this evening. We will start with a roll call. Vice Chair Oliver.
Good evening, everyone.
Trustee Baxter.
Good evening.
Trustee Bryden.
Good evening.
Trustee Daniele.
Thank you, I am here.
Trustee Gray.
All the way from the hills, I'm here.
And we have regrets from Trustee Horn this evening. Trustee Rocha.
Here.
Trustee Wubbenhorst.
Here.
Trustee Shang.
Good evening.
Trustee Ho.
Good evening.
Trustee Shu. And we are expecting Trustee Ahmed to show up. He did indicate that he might be a few minutes late this evening. Given that Trustee Horn has sent regrets for this evening, we need to pass a motion to authorize her absence. And I will read the motion. Be it resolved that the board authorize the absence of Trustee Horn from the June 2nd, 2026 board meeting. Trustee Baxter, would you please move this motion?
Yes, please.
Trustee Rocha, will you second this motion?
I will.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, are there any objections to authorizing these absences? Thank you. The absences are authorized by unanimous consent. Director Ennis, would you please let us know which staff are in attendance tonight?
Thank you so much, Chair Collard, and good evening, everyone. We have a full complement of staff here to support tonight's meeting.
Thank you very much. And tonight, Student Trustee Shu will be honoring the land.
We begin by acknowledging the land and our responsibility to care for and respect all that provides us with life. This land upon which HDSB is situated is on the ancestral treaty and title lands of the Anishinaabe, Ojibwe, Mishizagi Nation, now known as the Mississaugas of the Credit. Mishizagi territory in the past and present continues to host both indigenous and non-indigenous peoples. The HDSB is committed to continuous knowledge building with respect to actions that address and resolve the ongoing impacts of colonialism. We do this by learning and understanding the true history, treaty obligations, duties, and responsibilities, and indigenous rights, while actively maintaining mutually beneficial relationships and collectively respecting and caring for the land.
Thank you very much, Trustee Shu. Now we are up to the approval of the agenda. Trustee Zhang, would you make a motion to approve the agenda?
Yes, please.
Trustee Gray, would you like to second this motion?
Yes, I will.
Are there any objections to approving the agenda? Seeing none, the agenda is approved by unanimous consent. Are there any declarations of possible conflict of interest with regards to tonight's agenda? Seeing none, we will move on. The next item on our agenda is the Inspire Awards. So I will pass the gavel to Trustees Horn and Oliver, the co-chairs of the Inspire Awards. And in her place this evening, because Trustee Horn couldn't be here, will be Trustee Gray stepping in as a pro tempore co-chair of the Inspire Awards. So I'm passing it over to you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Each month, the HDSB Board of Trustees takes a moment at the beginning of our board meeting to honor those unsung heroes who give so much to the HDSB. The Inspire Award is intended to recognize those individuals who go above and beyond to support students in the Halton District School Board. This award is given to an individual or group who support our students and their achievements through exemplary caring, initiative, innovation, and creativity. Here tonight, we will honor 7 recipients of the Inspire Award. In addition, there are 15 recipients who will be honored and presented with the Inspire Award at their own school by their local trustee. And I will now ask Trustee Gray to present our first recipient.
Thank you very much. I would invite Trustee Bryden to come front and center, please, and to be joining Trustee Bryden, could Miles Filkin please come forward? Miles inspires his students by proving that a classroom can be both a place of high technical learning and deep emotional safety. He leads by example, showing students and staff alike that even the most difficult technical challenges can be tackled with a positive attitude. By walking students through intimidating tasks like using a soldering iron, he transforms fear into passion until they feel like experts. Through visual aids and personalized teaching, Miles demonstrates that different learning styles are not barriers to success in STEM and manufacturing. Beyond teaching, his willingness to listen and support students through personal challenges inspires a culture of kindness. Miles truly embodies what it means to inspire, and he deserves this recognition for his kindness, adaptability, and the genuine care he shows to each and every student. Congratulations, Miles.
Thank you, and I will remind our guests that you're welcome to come up to the front to take a picture of your friend or family member receiving the award. And next up, I invite Trustee Zhang to present the Inspire Award to Mr. Doug Goodhand, Crossing Guard at C.H. Norton Public School. As a crossing guard at a busy school intersection, Doug not only does an exemplary job of keeping the students of C.H. Norton Public School safe, but he also takes the time to positively connect with anyone who crosses his corner. Doug takes an active interest in students' lives, builds relationships with families, and even the neighborhood dogs are excited to see him. Doug always finds a way to brighten everyone's day. By providing so many students with a positive start to their day, Doug fosters a sense of connection within the school community and neighborhood. Multiple families in the community contributed to this recognition of Doug's positive impact. Through his daily interactions at the crosswalk, Doug has proven ability to boost moods, build confidence, and enable students to feel more social, inspired, and comfortable upon their arrival at school. Congratulations, Mr. Goodhand.
Now I'd like to invite Trustee Donna Daniele to present the Inspire Award to Scott Johnston. Scott is an elementary teacher at W.I. Dick Middle School. Scott uses creative and engaging teaching methods along with coaching and extracurricular programs to create meaningful learning experiences. He makes a difference by motivating students to believe in themselves and strive for success. Scott has a special ability to connect with students, making each one feel valued and understood. He recognizes their strengths and encourages them to reach their full potential. His positive attitude and genuine care inspire his students to believe in themselves and to succeed. Scott values diversity and creates an inclusive environment where all students feel respected and supported. He also encourages teamwork and the sharing of strengths through sport and classroom activities, helping students to learn from one another. Scott fosters environments where students can grow, have fun, and discover the joy of being part of a team. His dedication and positive influence will leave a very long and lasting impression on the students that he teaches. Congratulations, Scott.
And stay there, Trustee Daniele, and Trustee Gray will read out the Bruce Trail nomination. I will invite Sadaf Sheikh Chaudhry up to receive the Inspire Award. Okay. Sadaf has been heavily involved in the school council since 2019 and has been dedicated to ensuring an inclusive space for the school community. Since 2017, Sadaf has led the Giving Tree charity to anonymously provide needed goods to local families, supporting student food programs while ensuring an angel fund is readily available for those requiring help. Sadaf has inspired numerous school community members to join the school council to ensure that students are supported. Her energy and charitable nature have nurtured a community that cares for all students, staff, and families. Centered around her core values of being kind to all through healthy and respectful connections, her commitment to ensuring an inclusive, safe, and student-focused school will be her lasting legacy. Congratulations, Sadaf.
And now I invite Chair Amy Collard to present the Inspire Award to the SILAPS school team. So we're fortunate to have a large number of the contingent from SILAPS. Okay, we are fortunate to have several members here tonight from the SILAPS school team, and those who are not able to attend the board meeting will be receiving their award at the school. The teaching team at SILAPS does far more than deliver academic lessons. They cultivate a safe, secure, and deeply supportive environment where every student feels genuinely seen and valued. These educators consistently bring an unwavering sense of enthusiasm, joy, and patience to their work. By drawing students into the learning experience with innovative, engaging methods, they help students overcome academic anxieties and discover hidden talents and passions. Through this dedication, students are building the trust and resilience needed to step out of their comfort zones and internalize a sense of self-belief and pride. By fostering deep connections and restoring confidence, this team is performing life-changing work that reshapes futures. They are an indispensable part of the community, and their incredible contributions deserve our very highest recognition. Congratulations to each and every one of you.
Here we go. You're all part of the team.
And now I invite Trustee Robbie Bryden to present the award to Laura Segredo, elementary teacher at Tom Thomson Public School. Laura goes above and beyond to provide Tom Thomson Public School students with opportunities to be active and in nature. This past fall, she coordinated the planting of 18 trees at the school, involving students in an initiative that will leave a long-lasting positive impact. Laura inspires a love of the outdoors among her students, always finding ways to be outside and learning in nature. She encourages her students to get up and run, play, learn, and appreciate nature while showing them how to make a difference in their school and environment in tangible ways. Laura is a worthy recipient of the Inspire Award, given her long-standing and significant contributions to environmental and outdoor learning, passion for coaching, and leadership within the French Immersion program. Her actions go above and beyond to create meaningful impact within Tom Thomson Public School and the broader community. Congratulations, Laura.
And now I'd like to invite Trustee Ahmed to the front, please. And could we have Jazjeet Bashir from Elsie McGill Secondary School come forward? Jazjeet is a student at Elsie McGill Secondary School. She is an incredible young woman with a mission to make coding not only fun, but approachable for all. Beginning with a project-focused co-op, she developed, organized, and delivered workshops for grade 6 students while training and leading groups of secondary student volunteers. She successfully expanded this initiative into the South Milton Hack Cup, a multi-stage hackathon engaging over 350 students across feeder schools to solve challenges focused around environmental sustainability. Remarkably, Jazjeet executed this large-scale project on her own while balancing a full grade 12 course load. She is an inspiration and a true role model in STEM, leaving a lasting impact on both students and teachers. Her hard work, dedication, maturity, and leadership have made a positive impact on everyone who has been lucky enough to be involved in the South Milton Hack Cup. Congratulations, Jazjeet.
Congratulations to all of tonight's Inspire Award recipients. In addition to those whom we celebrated at tonight's board meeting, we have 15 recipients from across the Halton District School Board who will be recognized for their contributions. And these include Charlotte Andaloro from Emily Carr, Preeti Bhatia from Orchard Park, Adam Brick from Heritage Glen, Sue Breyer from Maplehurst, Valeria Ciso from Martin Street, Stephanie Duarte Smith from PL Robertson, Rebecca Grenier from Boyne, Susan Hammond from Dr. Hayden Secondary School, Darren Kraftchuk from WI Dick Middle School, Jackie Mao from Pilgrimwood, Danielle McCarthy from MM Robinson High School, Freya O'Reilly from Alton Village, Arthur Silva from Martin Street, Trixie Vasilakos from WI Dick Middle School, and Shavis Webb from Martin Street. Congratulations to you all. We hear all the time about the amazing people who, through their actions, support students in our schools. So please continue to help us shine a light on those who inspire. Nominate someone today and celebrate the everyday heroes who make our schools and communities stronger. Please visit the Inspire Awards at hcsb.ca website to submit a nomination. Thank you.
And I'd like to invite you to stay for the next item on our agenda, which is our student trustee report, so that you can hear about all of the wonderful work that our student trustees have been doing.
Thank you so much. I'll first be speaking on the HDSB student trustee elections, and then we'll be moving into our board report. So the student trustee elections.
So this report that Student Trustee Ho will be presenting comes from the chair and myself. And I just need to note an error that inadvertently snuck in, and what I expect is a great anticipation and excitement for the new school year. Please note that in addition to our names, the current student trustee names of Caitlin Ho and Jay Shu should appear on the report, and that will be noted in the minutes. So now I'll pass it over to our esteemed student trustees to present the report. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you, Joanna. The student trustee elections for the 2026 to 2027 school year took place on February 19th, 2026. Elections were conducted by electronic vote, with all grades 7 to 12 students being eligible to vote. In addition, numerous election booths were held up by student senators to support voters across HDSB elementary and secondary schools. In total, nearly 4,000 grades 7 to 12 students across the district participated in this year's student trustee elections. There were 23 candidates and 8 schools across 4 municipalities, with Melody Liu and Jay Shu being elected to serve as student trustees for the 2026 to 2027 school year. On a personal note, I want to note that Melody Liu is a grade 10 student from Oakville Trafalgar High School and is honored to step into my shoes to fulfill the trustee role for next year. She will be meeting with our trustee mentors in August and will be officially sworn in during the September board meeting, which is her first one for the term. She is currently in the gallery in the first row, and Trustee Shu and I are very excited to oversee her onboarding. Congratulations, Jay and Melody.
Moving on to our board report. Good evening, HDSB superintendents, trustees, staff, and viewers. I'm Trustee Xu, and Trustee Ho and I are excited to share our student trustee report for the past month.
During the May Senate meeting, the Student Senate subcommittees continued to share their subcommittee updates, and the Environmental and Global Citizenship and Human Rights, Equity, and Inclusion subcommittees presented at this past Senate meeting. As we wrap up the presentations in our final meeting of the year tomorrow, the student senators are now working towards revamping their workshop presentations such that they can be shared and presented at schools in the near future.
Furthermore, as HLF month officially ended on May 12th, the Student Senate was able to cumulatively raise a total of $15,585.65 towards the cause. Similarly, our junior council members also had the chance to carry out HLF fundraisers at their respective schools through creative means such as freezy sales or rock, paper, scissors competitions, which further demonstrated the impact of students in the Halton community. This met one of our fundraising goals, and therefore Trustee Ho and I will also be performing a rap battle and other fun activities at our final Senate meeting to continue motivating our senators to fundraise for future HLF initiatives.
From May 21st to May 24th, Trustee Shu and I, along with our incoming student trustee, Melody Liu, had the privilege of attending the Ontario Student Trustees Association annual general meeting, where we were able to meet the outgoing, transitional, and incoming student trustees from boards all across the province and beyond. We were given the chance to network and connect with our peers in the same role to discuss our work at our boards, initiatives we can tackle, and effective strategies we can implement to work towards these goals. Even though this whole experience felt incredibly bittersweet, having been my second and final year attending OSTA ACO conferences, I would say that it was definitely a great one to end off on, and that I personally learned a lot. We are excited to share further reflections on our time with OSTA ACO in our next and final board report.
On May 7th, Student Trustee Ho and I both had the privilege to attend the celebration of Student of Excellence. I had the honor to read the land acknowledgement and present the award to secondary students alongside Chair Collar on the stage, which Trustee Ho happened to be a recipient of for her incredible work within her school community over the years alongside all other recipients.
Just this past Thursday, May 28th, Trustee Shu and I had the honor to help host our Student Senate's annual Halton Halton Youth Leadership Symposium, also known as HYLS. Collaborating with our awesome co-directors of operations for this conference, Grace Shen and Bulldog Joshi, we invited many grade 7 and 8 students to Viola Desmond Elementary School for an afternoon filled with inspiring conversations, workshops, and collaborations. The conference kicked off with an incredibly engaging keynote speech from our amazing Superintendent Porto, who inspired our young leaders to truly embrace being themselves, and that one's leadership journey does not have to be linear, but rather it can be more meaningful when filled with lessons, collaboration, and self-discovery. Next, we welcomed our very own student senators to present many interactive workshops to students, which they were able to choose from various topics, ranging from public speaking to sustainability to even one named the High School Survival Guide. Not only were these workshops a great opportunity to foster critical thinking surrounding issues and topics that will become increasingly more prevalent as these intermediate students continue their journeys into high school and beyond, they also serve as a way to promote by students for students messages that continue to motivate and inspire everyone in the room. Overall, it was a great day, and Trustee Xu and I would once again like to thank our directors of operations and our HLF and Senate staff advisor, Lindsay Aiken, for being pivotal in the success of this highly successful HYLS.
For the last item of the student trustee report, for the past month, Trustee Ho and I, alongside the valuable help from the Student Senate and the Board's Communication Department, were able to wrap up the judging to decide the top 3 winners for each category of the HCSB Washington's Multimedia Competition from nearly 200 submissions we received from the student body in the form of arts, videos, and writings. These results will be announced within this week. The competition received great feedback overall, with teachers and parents emailing us with messages about how the students really enjoyed it and what a great way it is to get kids involved and thinking about the importance of community and respecting shared spaces. In addition, we were able to receive lots of data collected from our student senators running surveys across their schools on the same issue, which will be used to analyze the strengths and weaknesses of this campaign. A QR code reporting system for Washington is now set up at White Oak Secondary School by the admin team over there, and we look forward to pushing it to be used at more schools for greater student involvement in mitigating the issue in the near future.
We truly thank everyone for your support that made our work possible this year. We look forward to presenting an end-of-year report in our upcoming special board meeting on June 16th to summarize our progress for this past year. Thank you, and this concludes our report.
Thank you very much. That was an excellent report. As always, you guys do more in a month than most people can do in a year. I'm looking to see if we have any speakers. I see none on the speakers list. Thank you so much again, and congratulations to next year's new student trustee. Looking forward to working with you. The next item on our agenda is 3.5, presentations. This evening, we welcome Superintendent McIntosh to share information about the Welcome Center. And so I'll invite 3.3.1. I thought they did that. Oh, there's a motion. I am so sorry. There's a motion. I didn't know there was a motion attached to that one. Okay. Okay. Yes. Item 3.3.1, the student trustee appointment for 2026-2027. And I will ask Vice Chair Oliver to speak to that.
Okay. So just to make this student trustee election result more formal, we have a motion on the floor, and that is, be it resolved that the Halton District School Board accept the student trustee election results of February 19, 2026, and approve the appointment of Melody Liu and Jay Shu as student trustees for the Halton District School Board 2026-27 school year, term effective August 1st, 2026, and I so move.
And I'm seeking a seconder. Trustee Gray, is there any discussion regarding this motion? Seeing none, I will ask for the vote. Thank you very much. That passes unanimously. Now we will move on to the presentation from Superintendent McIntosh on the Welcome Center. And I do want to remind trustees that we have a number of items both in public and in private session this evening. So when it comes to asking questions of any of the presenters or regarding any of the action items, please be crisp and remember that you are allowed to ask one question per opportunity to speak with a follow-up question that must pertain to that one question. So we can't have 5 or 6 questions asked each time you speak, okay? Thank you. And now we have a whole team of people that need to be introduced. Why don't we do the introductions while we're waiting? If I'll start with you, Superintendent McIntosh, and then we'll move across the panel.
Thank you, Chair Collard. Good evening, everybody. Superintendent Eleanor McIntosh with portfolio responsibilities of the Welcome Center and International Student Programs, as well as Alt Ed, Continuing Ed, and e-learning. But today's focus is on Welcome Center and International Student Programs. I'll let the others introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm System Principal Beta Watts for the Welcome Center and International Student Program.
Good evening, I am Mika Cabrera-Zwager. I am an international student studying at Burlington Central High School.
Oriana Jones, Settlement Program Lead at the Welcome Center.
Perfect. With that, we will begin tonight's presentation. So good evening, trustees and community members, both here in the gallery and joining us remotely. Thank you for the opportunity to update you on our newcomer initiatives for the 26-27 school year. 25-26 school year, apologies. Tonight we will outline how the district is proactively navigating shifts in immigration policy. By embracing an innovative mindset, we are refining our systems and structures to maintain high quality service while remaining nimble and forward thinking. Operationally, this innovation is evident in the successful implementation of our online registration portal and enhanced ESL support in elementary schools, which together have optimized registration turnaround times. Central to this success is our dedicated team of youth settlement specialists who provide vital wraparound support for families as they integrate into our region. Furthermore, our international student enrollment, you will hear tonight, has increased year over year by approximately 20% as we diversify our global outreach. Additionally, our integrated service model at the Bateman Community Center, a partnership with the City of Burlington, Brock University, and HDSB, offers a comprehensive one-stop delivery model supporting family needs from kindergarten through to adulthood. I would now like to turn it over to both System Principal Beta Watts and Program Lead Oriana Jones to begin with the presentation. I'll pass it over to Beta first.
So to begin with, I'm sure over the last couple of years, you've been hearing in the news about Canada's immigration levels decreasing. So the current plan is bringing immigration levels down from approximately 500,000 permanent residents in 2024 down to about 380,000 over the next few years. So it's a great reduction. The main reason, as you probably know, is to relieve some of the stress on things like transportation, housing, infrastructure, healthcare. And the main group affected by this are actually temporary residents. So in terms of permanent residents, the cap, as I mentioned, has been reduced, and also who is chosen to get permanent residency is impacted as well. So they're really looking at economic factors, people who can fulfill targeted labor market shortages, as well as graduates from universities, international students who come to study here in post-secondary. But when it comes to temporary residents, people with work permits, study permits as adults, those ones are going to be reduced to almost 5% at 2027. Yeah. So how is that impacting us? So just to clarify, the Welcome Center does not register all newcomers. We register mostly temporary residents, but we do register permanent residents that require language assessment in secondary schools. As you may or may not remember, we moved assessment, ESL assessment of elementary students to elementary schools to relieve the pressure on the Welcome Center, also knowing that our budgets would get cut from IRCC. To the schools in 2024-2025, and that's been very successful. So this year as well, our permanent residents who required language assessment went directly to their schools to register. So at the Welcome Center, we're only registering temporary residents and high school students who require the ESL initial assessment. As well as we do get some even Canadian citizens who they have citizenship but have mostly been living out of the country and now returning for their high school education. So we will assess them at the register and assess them at the Welcome Center. So with that, we have not seen a huge decrease with the registrations at the Welcome Center. It's been about an 8% decrease from last year to this year. But with the immigration level plan, we do anticipate it will reduce over time. We've also seen a shift in who is coming. So over the last several years, the increases were always in Milton area. Our newcomers were from the Milton area. Now the big increase last year, this year has been mostly Oakville. And but the biggest impact we've seen is on the registrations of newcomers directly at schools. This is mostly our elementary schools and some at secondary schools, where there's been about a 40% decrease. And that really aligns with the immigration level cuts. So besides registration of newcomers at the Welcome Center, we also oversee what's called the Settlement Workers in Schools, or SWIS program. This is funded by Immigration, Refugee, Citizenship Canada. This is to help newcomers, both students, kindergarten to grade 12, as well as their families, to integrate into the Canadian education system so that they can find the most success. We also do support them with things that they need in the community, mostly with referrals to community services. There's been a big shift in the funding from IRCC. Over the next, we have between fiscal year 1, which just ended March 31st, and fiscal year 4, so within that 4 years, we will see about a 30% reduction in our budget. And what that will impact is a reduction in staff. So we will, unfortunately, over the next few years, lose some of our youth settlement specialists, as well as our OC2, our administrative assistants. We have pretty much lost all of our capital budgets. So, as well as we will have lower funding for interpretation and translation services, and as well as program supplies. And you may or may not be familiar with the Arrive and Thrive conference that we hosted each year. So a lot of that funding will be gone. Of course, we will be looking for innovative ways to still provide some of those services with the support of our schools and their budgets. So with that, I'll turn it over to our lead settlement coordinator, Oriana Jones.
Good evening. With respect to the settlement program, I just wanted to bring you some highlights about what the changes how it has impacted our program. We were able to see last fiscal year, again, ending at the end of March 2026, we were able to deliver services to students at totaling 892, to parents and guardians totaling 1,125. Our board contributions to this program do help us extend our programming to temporary residents, refugee claimants, Canadian citizens, non-status students who are all not necessarily tied directly to IRCC funding. While we are no longer funded for community connections programming, that is to say extracurricular activities that might happen in the community and with our newcomer students, we have been able to continue our partnership with Halton Multicultural Council Connections. You will note that we do have 14 staff members with this community agency that are able to help us run our settlement program in schools, in addition to our 8 youth settlement specialists that are employed by the board. With the graphic here, you're able to see kind of visually the different types of services that we've still been able to offer under settlement. If I'm just starting at the top with the little I, we usually start with our information and orientation. That is getting both families, guardians, or students into the program, helping them understand how our curriculum runs, what a day looks like at our school. We run information sessions anywhere from learning about what to wear in the winter, how to read our report cards. Then we have school engagement and liaising. This is where our staff is able to help facilitate communication with school staff, where there might be gaps in understanding or awareness of what programs are available. Wraparound services tends to be for high need situations. If there happens to be a barrier to a student attending school, homelessness, food insecurity, these types of things. For resources and referrals, that can be anything from helping families with an Ontario Works application or any other programs that there's children might need if they have an autism diagnosis. We help them with those applications. We also help them find doctors, whatever the case might be. We do informal language learning at some of our schools. We have conversation clubs and circles for both students and parents. And bridging supports help students with the transition to secondary school and post-secondary, helping communicate the options that exist in our board for pathways. We also have peer support with like mentoring programs of students who have previously gone through the newcomer process and they support their peers through that process, as well as extracurriculars. We've had the privilege of running a volleyball league for our students who are not able to participate otherwise in physical education. This graphic is taken from the Halton Newcomer Strategy group. I was able to attend one of their meetings today, actually. While somewhat outdated, we know that our new census is happening this year, and hopefully we will get some new updated numbers. But I'd like to draw your attention to the pie chart on the right, where we can see where Halton region falls with respect to the other regions and the number of recent immigrants in the area. I was able to pull a number from Statistics Canada, 6,641 immigrants to the region in 2023-24. We do note that Halton region does see a lot of secondary migration that comes to this region. Families might have settled elsewhere and then moved to the region. This is important with respect to settlement because there are limits as to how long a family can be eligible for funded services by IRCC. Then just below, I wanted to highlight some of the great work our youth settlement workers are doing. And this was all one family. We had a family of 5 come from Peel to Halton, and they were able to access all of these services. That is to say, language support, so Arabic interpretation. Their youngest child did have an autism diagnosis. We were able to support the family through that process and the identification. They were able to access our Angel Fund and HLF as well. On the right, their mom was studying in school. We were able to support her finding a placement in social services. The family was able to also access CYC support, IEP development, And the family is now looking to register their students for summer school. We know there are many options in elementary and secondary. So thank you as always for your support.
So as Superintendent McIntosh noted, although we've had decreases in the number of our newcomers, we've actually had an increase in our international student program. Much of that to do with world affairs and people loving to come to Canada where they feel it's welcoming and safe. So we've increased about 20% over the last 3 years each year. This year we're just under 20% because we absolutely ran out of homestay. So we had so many students wanting to come that and we put out a lot of call for homestay hosts. Thank you to Mika's homestay family who is here tonight as well. But we really encourage you. Our program, there's a lot of people that want to come and experience the wonderful education at the Halton District School Board and everything that Halton has to offer the whole community. And so if, when you're having conversations with friends, please see if anyone is interested and send them our way. So in terms of our program, we've not only increased in the number of students, but we've diversified in a few different ways. One is in the number of countries the students are from. So in 2024-25, we were representing the students were representing 19 countries. This year we had students from 26 different countries. We've also wanted to make the experience of the students go beyond the classroom. So we've been offering almost monthly activities in different ways. Students also have opportunities for some activities through their homestay, as well as, of course, everything offered within our schools with extracurricular athletics and field trips. And in terms of the kind of program, originally 3 years ago, we only had students coming for a minimum of 1 semester or 1 year or multi-year. We've also added short-term group programs. So next year we have a group coming in the fall, and then we have a very large group coming for the month of May from various countries. We are also beginning to provide a teacher we call it an exchange. We're not quite there of us going overseas, but we have a group of 46 teachers from Spain coming for 2 weeks in the fall who will be placed at various schools based on, what they are teaching back home. And it'll be a wonderful exchange of ideas and learning with our local teachers. And we are also have a collaboration with Sheridan College now. So from next summer, we're providing a summer learning camp process where students will come, stay at the Sheridan College residences, study with us in the first part of their day, acquiring language. And the afternoon will be with the Sheridan College instructors in the various multimedia arts. So we're very excited to get that started as well. With that, I will turn it over to one of our international students. I always find their experience is very enlightening. We get to it's like a mirror. We get to see ourselves back. And so Superintendent McIntosh and myself had the privilege of meeting Mika from the beginning of his journey, and he'll share that with you.
Thank you, Ms. Watts, and once again, good evening, everyone. My name is Mika Zwager, and I'm an international student from the Netherlands, and I would like to share my journey with the Halton District School Board with you. It all started back home. I decided I wanted to move abroad, but I had no idea where to go. My family and I spent countless days at information sessions until one day we went to a small exchange fair. I remember not really wanting to get up that morning, but I got dragged out of bed and decided to go. At this fair, I met the Halton team and had a warm conversation with them. You could say they made me feel at home at a place I never even heard of. One thing led to another, and with the help of the whole team, I crossed the Atlantic Ocean to spend the school year here in Burlington, Canada. Even though I received the warmest welcome by the Halton staff, and while moving abroad sounds exciting, and trust me, it is, there's also a side people don't always talk about. Suddenly, everything is unfamiliar, a different school system, different social norms, different expectations, and for the first time, being completely responsible for building a life somewhere new. In the beginning, there were moments where I questioned myself. Why am I even here? Moments where I missed home, where simple things felt difficult, and where adapting seemed overwhelming. But looking back, those moments are exactly what made this experience so valuable. Over time, Canada stopped feeling like a place I was visiting and started feeling like a place I belonged. I learned to become more independent, more open-minded, and more confident stepping into unfamiliar situations. I met people who challenged me, supported me, and became an important part of my life here. Some of the people I met here became more than just part of my exchange experience. They became people I know I will always hold close to my heart, no matter where in the world I will end up. Looking back, I realized this year was never only about studying abroad. It was about personal growth, about discovering who I am outside of everything familiar to me. It was about becoming a better version of myself. I arrived in Canada as a 17-year-old, and I'll leave just days after turning 18, which means technically speaking, Canada and maybe Halton can take some credit for raising me into an adult. I am not sure if 1 year abroad is enough to turn someone into a man, but I do know that experience has changed me for the better. I wasn't done yet. I'm so sorry. I guess you could say I really made the most of my experience here, considering I'll be leaving Canada about 15 minutes before my study permit actually expires. But on a more serious note, I want to thank everyone who made this experience possible. The Halton District School Board didn't just give me a place to study for a year, you gave me experiences, memories, personal growth, and people I know will carry with me for the rest of my life, and for that, I will always be grateful. Thank you.
Mika, if I might, I just want to say what a tremendous ambassador you are. And I see a great future ahead of you, no matter where you land, but we hope you come back to Canada. Now, we do have a speakers list, unless you have more to say.
I just want to wrap, if that's okay,
wrap.
Chair
You
Collard.
wrap.
No, I'm so glad you made those remarks because you took the words out of my mouth about how, from the time we met Mika at the recruitment fair, like I cannot believe the journey that we've been on. And his enthusiasm that you see today is the same enthusiasm that he brought when we met him the first time. But he's just such a great ambassador for the program and all of the things, all of the objectives that we seek for our students to experience when they come to the program in our board. So thank you so much for being here today. And thank you so much to your homestay family for taking this opportunity to partner with us on this journey of Mika's development. So I just want to say thank you to the team for coming tonight and sharing the highlights and perspectives about your experience in the department and across the district. Tonight we've reinforced our commitment to welcoming every family by continually adapting our service model. We believe these strategic refinements ensure we can maintain high quality, equitable support for all newcomers. And with that, we welcome your questions as we continue this vital work. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And we do have a bit of a speakers list, so I will go straight on to Trustee Gray.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to share an experience up in the hills recently where I was at a special event at a school, and 2 different agencies for homestay were there with kiosks, greatly trying to influence the crowd to be involved in the program. So very happy to see that. I have a couple of questions on the funding. Mentioned in the presentation was that there was a 30% funding decrease, but only an 8% decrease in the number of registrations. I'm trying to balance that out. Could someone explain that, please?
So the funding, the 30% is over between now and year 4. We're in year 2 right now. So from last year to this year, we lost about 5%. So it was like, my description of the process is like ripping the Band-Aid off really slowly. So it was not, this year we were able to maintain a lot of our services and our staff. There was not a huge change because of the 5%. But over the next 2 years, then we lose larger portions. The 30% is comparing the funding we had in year 1 to the funding we'll have in year 4.
Thank you very much. And our second speaker is Trustee Baxter.
Through the chair, thank you so much for that presentation and the work that you do. I've worked with new Canadians and refugees, and I know that there's a lot of things you do that you probably don't tell people about. And young people certainly bear the burden often when coming to Canada for supporting their family. So thank you for what you do for students. My question is actually for CEO Ennis, which sounds interesting to say. I'm sure I'll mess it up, I'm sure. In terms of the funding and the restrictions that staff are working under, have you had an opportunity to speak with any of our MPs or have any meetings to discuss this particular funding and the reductions and to share some of the successes and the, I'm sure there's some side effects that are not necessarily obvious to our MPs for the work that you do with families that then support students in being successful in school. So I'm just wondering if you had an opportunity to do that. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Trustee Baxter. Indeed, we have. Superintendent McIntosh and I have collaborated on sending correspondence to our partners federally about our funding, and it's something that we continue to advocate for.
So I'm wondering, do you think it would be helpful if trustees were to echo some of that messaging in the way that we do provincially?
Absolutely. No, that would be welcomed. Superintendent McIntosh, what would you say?
Yes, thank you, Trustee Baxter. Yeah, we would absolutely welcome for you to echo message anything that we've already shared. Initially, when we heard the communication about the reductions in funding, we were quick on that to send a letter to highlight how impactful this was going to be. And thank you to CEO Ennis for supporting us in collaborating on that letter. So we would absolutely support that if you would be able to do that. Thank you.
Trustee Baxter, would you like to make such a motion immediately so that we can get it on the floor?
I think that would be great, especially as we're getting close to the end of the school year.
Okay, and who would like to second this motion? Vice Chair Oliver. I think we've heard what the motion is all about. Is there any discussion? Seeing none and knowing that this is an item on the agenda, we don't need to suspend the rules. So all those in favor by show of hands. Thank you, that passes unanimously. I love it when we do business so quickly. And we have Trustee Gray back on the speakers list.
Yes, thank you again. Again, it's a funding question. It was noted tonight that we've made continued connections with the Halton Multicultural Council because of the lack of funding or the funding that's been dropped for the Community Connections programming. I just want to be clear on, is the Community Connections programming a direct funding from the government, or is it the funding that comes out of the Halton District School Board?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Gray. Through you, Chair Collett, I'm going to pass it over to Program Lead Oriana Jones to comment.
Thank you for the question again, Trustee Gray. So Community Connections is a program funded directly by IRCC. So we are a service provider that is no longer funded for Community Connections programming. However, our community partner, HMC, is still funded for that programming. And because we do have an MOU with them where they do operate in our schools in order for us to have our settlement program, we're still able to collaborate with them at our respective schools.
And I see no further speakers on the list. Thank you very much for your presentation and for the action taken by the Board of Trustees this evening on behalf of the work that you do. We do value what you do very, very much and would like to see it continue in full capacity. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your support tonight. We really appreciate it.
And now we are up to Section 4, our consent agenda. For approval, we have the Halton District School Board minutes from May the 5th, 2026. And for receipt, we have outstanding action items, board report schedule, policy and governance procedure review schedule, Human Rights and Equity Advisory Committee 2026 update, suspension and expulsion report, and correspondence to the board, a letter from the SEAC chair of the Upper Grand District School Board regarding funding for students with special needs. Let me see here. Trustee Daniele, would you make a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Yes, I would.
And Trustee Wovenhorst, would you second this motion?
Yes, I would, thanks.
Are there any items that need to be pulled by show of hands, please? Trustee Baxter.
4.2.5, please.
Any other items? Okay, please go ahead with your question.
Thank you, through the chair. I think my question actually could pertain to both the report, that report, and the one before it, and I'll get to the reason why. So as I read the report and understand the system, suspensions are consequences for decisions that are made by students as they navigate our schools and coexistence with other students, which I think are micro societies where we aim to prepare them for living in the bigger society as adults. Prime Minister Carney recently referred to the Canadian Covenant, and I think that was a really good description of how our, Canadian philosophy and society works. And schools are working hard to help students and support them, to be prepared to live as adults in society. And I know there's a lot of supportive programming that's put in place when there are suspensions, especially around hate incidents and that kind of thing. So I've been asked by parents over the last few years about the evidence basis of the education programs and external resources, as well as internal programs that are offered to students. And I've been asked if there is a place where parents can see what the resources are that are used in schools that are sort of pulled in to support students in making good decisions, understanding why sometimes the conduct that they've engaged in is considered discriminatory by our school board standards. And I'm just wondering if it's possible for a resource to be available publicly with sort of a list and explanations of the types of programming and supports that are provided to students. I know some parents have shared, and in my family, we've had discussions at the dinner table to explain to our kids, why certain things are harmful when they don't necessarily understand that when they're younger. And so I think some of the parents that have asked me about this are also looking for resources to support the conversations at home to reflect what's being shared in schools. So both from a transparency perspective and concerns around evidence-based, but also from that piece where parents want to echo the messaging in schools. And a really good example is the Consent Ed program, which I have watched as a parent. And, the language and the resources that were provided in that are really supportive and helpful at home. And I think that's the kind of thing that parents are looking for, is the opportunity to engage with the same material and the same language and resources that students are getting in schools. So long-winded question to ask if it's possible that perhaps a report or some sort of resource could be put together for the start of the next school year. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a response?
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much, Trustee Baxter. I'm going to ask Superintendent Fowler if she would respond.
Thank you very much for the question. I'll do my best to answer all of them. So through your chair to Trustee Baxter. A lot of the incidents that happen with regards to suspension specifically often involved school-based situations. And so for us, I think to generalize and say that this is the exact learning that would fit this need, it might be difficult because sometimes it's due to interactions sort of between peer conflict. I can say, though, that oftentimes parents, especially following a suspension for both the child that's been harmed and the child that perhaps caused the harm, meeting with the principal is sort of an important part of that repair work. And I do know that we have co-created resources that sometimes we engage students who caused the harm in learning. Those resources are typically shared with parents who are working with the child at home. So not so much the proactive resources, but the reactive ones are definitely there to help walk through why that was hateful or why that was harmful. So I want to suggest that with regards to responding to incidents of suspension or sometimes an expulsion, that those conversations sort of would take place in-house. with regards to more proactive and then that larger, broader approach, so I thank you for bringing up the consent education, and we are definitely, we've created a lot of great resources, and we're in the process right now of actually developing a student-facing website that'll also have some good resources for families. So I will take back your suggestion. We do have in-house resources that we develop collaboratively with multiple departments, as well as based on consultation. You may recall last year I was working with the Code of Conduct, and so we have a series of lessons. So I will definitely take back your suggestion to perhaps put some of those resources out on our public website. But as I said, they are constantly being revised and they're worked through. So I want to just also suggest that connecting with your school principal, connecting with your classroom teachers, because our teachers are delivering this content biannually. We deliver it both in September and then again in February. So those resources that speak to the overall support for following things like the Code of Conduct and really truly digging and understanding can be typically accessed through the school principal and the teachers at the school.
Thank you very much. Trustee Bryden, are you pulling a different item or is it still this item? Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Quick question, looking at the data over the last few years, we've seen an increase in the percentage of suspensions that are connected to hate or bias motivation. And I'm just wondering if that is a change in what we're actually experiencing or a change in how the data is being coded, as I know that we've rolled out process and whether we have any indication of whether we are seeing a substantive increase in suspensions related to hate and bias in our schools.
Thank you for the question through you, Chair, to Trustee Bryden. I do think that you've identified exactly one of the things that we're seeing, which is it's not so much that there's an increase necessarily, but it is a change in the reporting structure. I think we're probably at the point now, after 3 years of true implementation and requesting and educating principals and socializing the idea around using this code and naming it for what it is. We are seeing that data kind of, I think next year we'll see it really level out. If I look at my data that I'm sort of preliminarily looking at from this year, I would think that we're probably going to land relatively closely. I will also say that I feel that the education that we've been doing within our schools as part of our code of conduct, as part of the discriminatory and harmful language, as part of the anti-hate protocol, has really begun to educate not just our staff, but also our students, being able to recognize and identify and interrupt hate. And it often gets reported more frequently, and therefore it can be responded to appropriately, sometimes leading to suspension. So I do feel that there is an increased awareness, an increased understanding, and therefore also increased reporting. And as we begin to see this data, I think we're going to see it sort of start to level out. And then the hope is that we start to trend downwards as we engage our students in truly understanding why we don't use hateful, harmful, discriminatory languages.
Thank you very much. That ends our speakers list. And so are there any objections to approving the items in the consent agenda? Seeing none, the consent agenda is approved by unanimous consent. We are now up to section 5, items for ratification action. First item for today's meeting is the Burlington Southwest Boundary Review. The motion you will find is rather lengthy, so we're not reading that one out tonight. You've all had a chance to read it. Trustee Bryden, would you move this motion?
Yes, please.
Trustee Shang, will you second the motion?
Yes, please.
Thank you. General Manager Thibault and Superintendent Ruddock, would you like to speak to this report?
I'll keep it brief. I think I'll just use my words to say, again, a big thank you to all the parent members that partook in this process over the course of a few months. It was not an easy one, but I think we definitely came together and came to the same conclusions. Did a lot of work to fix some of the minor issues, but also set ourselves up for the future in terms of what the next goals are going to be within Southwest Burlington to further review opportunities to improve what we can deliver for education. And again, it's following that K-8 model. So again, big thank you to those parent reps, a big thank you to all the trustees that participated in the process, as well as a big thank you to my colleagues around the horseshoe with the superintendents, which also supported the planning team as well as the facilities team throughout the process. Nothing has changed since the last report to the Board of Trustees. We did receive some delegations, none required further actions. We continue to propose, we implement what was presented at our last meeting and to proceed with notifying the community, our administrators, and begin implementation of the plan for September 2027. Happy to take any further questions with regards to the review, and again, a big thank you.
And thank you very much to you as well, General Manager Thibault. You really led this very well. There were some sensitive moments throughout, and I really appreciated the way you stick-handled the group and got people aligned. And whenever we have delegations in favor of what we want to do and no delegations opposed, I'm a happy camper. So I'm very happily supporting this motion. And we do have one speaker, and that is Vice Chair Oliver.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you for the clarity that you provided midway through page 3, where you specifically refer to the fact that this boundary review made it evident that a formal program and accommodation review is indeed required. When the reminder that this is not possible until the provincial moratorium on school closures is lifted. When this report first came to the board, I asked whether there was any risk to not proceeding at this time with the recommendations from this boundary review, meaning was it better to wait until the moratorium on school closures was lifted? And clearly, staff felt that the improvements would be obtained with the current process and options, and that there would be more risk to not proceeding. So I do support these motions. And I'm glad that the report acknowledges that a full realization of all long-term accommodation goals in this area will be possible once a formal program accommodation review is possible. And that, of course, might lead to option of merging and closing schools. So the current and future parents need to be aware of this possibility, as it is always difficult thing to accept that one's neighborhood school may need to close. This, of course, being required to enhance program viability and offer robust programs, staffing, classroom composition, and extracurricular activities. So I thank you for this transparency. I think it's very important, very much needed by the community, and I think it's going to be appreciated in the long term. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Oliver. Seeing no further, Trustee Bryden.
Thank you. I wanted to jump off of Trustee Oliver's point there and just note that the planning team brought together 20 parents of students from across Southwest Burlington. And at the end of a couple of months of intensive looking at the situation, there was pretty unanimous agreement across there that we actually did need to close a school. And when we get to that process of saying, which school are we going to close? It's going to be acrimonious, guaranteed. But when we took a group of parents and looked at the situation, the answer was, we actually need a K-8 facility in central Burlington, and we don't have one. And to get there, that will probably mean closing at least one school, and it's not clear which one that will be. That's a conversation for another time. But for the folks who have taken a deep dive look at this, that's probably the direction we go when program accommodation reviews are once again permitted, and that can be a good thing. You know, the loss of neighborhood schools is always challenging, but that when we look at the big picture, it can be a good thing overall. With all of that said, I'll echo Fred's comment, and thanks to the parents and the staff and the incredible amount of work no shortage of trees were killed in this process, but we did pretty thoroughly look at what could be done here, and there are a couple. While this seems small, there are a couple of really significant shifts to student experience that will happen, where we've had students who are split from their cohorts in really challenging ways, and that's going to go away with these changes, and I am grateful that they're being enacted.
Yeah, so it sounds like we have a lot of support for this going forward, and I'm wondering at this time if we also have support for yet another letter, this time to the Minister of Education regarding the current moratorium on school closures. I have spoken to the minister twice already, once the Minister of Finance and once in a letter to the current Minister of Education about the need to close schools, and I guess it needs to be said again. Maybe the letter this time could be a little bit more pointed, since it won't be talking about a whole bunch of different funding issues, but rather just the one. This is a impacting student achievement, and we know that they just passed a bill that was all about student achievement. So this fits in well with the bill they've already passed. And so if someone would second a motion to have a letter for that, I would be happy to write such a letter. Trustee Bryden. Thank you. And did you wish to speak?
Yes. I would actually append a suggestion to that motion, that we also delegate the Standing Committee on Financial Advocacy to reach out to our local MPPs and echo the same message. This was raised actually in a conversation I had with one of our MPPs by the MPP, and so I would not as just as a noting that we had raised it before, and I think it's something that we could. Would be helpful for us to have those conversations. So I would add that to the motion if that's appropriate.
Yes, and first we have to vote on the motion that's on the floor, and that is the one to approve the boundary review. So we got a little bit ahead, but we have exhausted the speakers list. So let's now vote on the boundary review and then on the consultation and letter. Thank you very much. That passed unanimously. And now on to the motion that I have made and that has been seconded by Trustee Bryden. And I'm passing the gavel to Vice Chair Oliver since I made that motion.
So the motion is on the floor to write a letter to the Minister of Education, including all the MPPs, with respect to revisiting and opening up the moratorium on school closures. And Part B would be in consultation with the financial advocacy, so that they can also reach out to the local MPPs with respect to the same. And so, show of hands, all in favor of this motion. Okay, that carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. So we've done extra work again. Very much appreciative of your work on this, and I know you're bringing us now another motion, some of which is a result of the one we just passed. So I'll let you go straight into item 5.1.2.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. So the report before you is a list of additional boundary reviews and one amendment to some an existing boundary review that we're putting forward. This will be the next round of projects, I guess, we'll be undertaking for the following school year. I won't go into great detail, but the long and short of it is the first motion is to amend and to include additional schools for the Oakville Northwest bound review, namely Dr. David R. Williams and Sunningdale. The second motion and bound review we're proposing is to finally address one of these little pockets of development that were excluded from the Joshua Creek area and incorporating them within where they're currently going Foggerwood and incorporate them into the Joshua Creek area. So now the Joshua Creek finally has some space. We're looking to implement that. So that will probably be a pathway too. The third is to initiate a secondary boundary review to, again, adjust some of the changes that we made as part of the Burlington Southwest review to align the Tecumseh area and send it over to Nelson so that they can have a grade 8 alignment as well. The fourth is to undertake a boundary review to allocate a certain area of development within Milton to one of the schools, namely the Milton Education Village area, and just to select a school as to where it will be assigned when development starts. And last but certainly not least, there's the Millcroft and Orchard boundary review that we're looking to undertake to rebalance FI. There's in the opinion of planning services, there are too many French immersion programs within that area. The total enrollment per program is getting quite small, and there's maybe some opportunities to consolidate some of those programs and review other opportunities to realign development areas that were moved away from the Alton neighborhood back into Halton and do a little bit of cleanup in that area as well. The report is before you this evening with additional details, and happy to take any further questions from the Board of Trustees.
Thank you very much. And before we take questions, Trustee Wodenhurst, would you like to move the motion?
Yes, I would. Thanks.
And Vice Chair Oliver, would you like to second this motion?
I second this motion.
Okay. Trustee Gray, you are the first speaker.
Must have been from the last time. I didn't ring in.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Trustee Baxter.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you for this report. There's a lot of great work coming up. It's exciting. Just a quick question about the Northwest Oakville boundary review area. As you mentioned, Dr. David R. Williams and Sunningdale have been added to the scope, and I was just wondering if you could expand a little bit on the reasoning behind that. Thank you.
Certainly, through you, Madam Chair, to Trustee Baxter. The purpose of including Dr. David R. Williams and Sunningdale is primarily with regards to the French immersion program. So coming off the coattails of the Oakville High School boundary review, we implemented option 3, which saw Dr. David R. Williams being redirected, the grade 8 cohorts over to White Oak Secondary School. At present, the Dr. David R's students that are opting to go into French immersion are being directed to Forest Trail, which would misalign their grade 8 grade 8 pathways. But we did have a conditional approval on option number 3, where if this particular review was not implemented, we would revert back to option 1. So the purpose of this is twofold in terms of aligning there, but also taking pressures off of Forest Trail Public School right now, which what we didn't expect was the amount of participation of the Forest Trail Elementary FI program. The numbers of participants from Dr. David R. are greater than, as well as Udinawi, than when it was at Dr. David R., which I would never have guessed. So given that reality, we're having to remove some of the pressures at Forest Trail and instead redirecting them to Sunningdale. And effectively, that's why they're part of the review. So we're already undertaking the Northwest boundary. There are some realignments to be done too on the FI front for Heritage Glen, north of Upper Middle, which also is technically going to 2 different schools, one T. Blakelock and the other Carth Webb. So a little bit of cleanup there. So we figured, okay, let's incorporate these 2 as well and have a more fulsome review, which, to be frank, I think the primary focus of the Oakville Northwest will be a lot on FI. With the English track program maybe taking a secondary note. So that's generally the rationale why we're incorporating the 2 new schools.
Thank you. And we have exhausted the speaking list, so if we could call the vote, please. And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Moving on to 5.1.3, and a big thank you to you, General Manager Thibault. External audit and regional internal audit plans, report 26041, brought to us by Trustee Daniele, and I will read the motion. Be it resolved that the Halton District School Board approve the external audit plan and the fees of $97,660, excluding applicable taxes attached as Appendix A for the fiscal year ending August 31, 2026, prepared by the Board's external auditors, Deloitte LLP. Be it resolved that the Halton District School Board approve the 2026-2027 Regional Internal Audit Plan, which includes a review of the Indigenous rights, education, and calls to action, plus follow-up of any remaining action plans, attached as Appendix B. Trustee Daniele, would you move this motion?
Yes, I would.
Trustee Rocha, would you second this motion?
I will second.
Okay, Trustee Daniele, would you like to speak to the report?
Thank you very much. The report is before you with all of its details. Are there any questions?
Trustee Gray.
Yes, thank you very much through the chair. In the Appendix B on the internal audit team, under number 2, audit follow-up reviews, I just want to be clear what this is listing here. It's listing 7 steps, and it's those steps are being applied against previous audits over time or audits being planned. I'm not sure.
I would suggest perhaps Superintendent Ngoy would be the best one to answer that.
Thank you through your question and for the chair, to Trustee Gray. So those are 7 older audits that have some number of open recommendations still remaining. So as a follow-up, so there will be a different level of work in terms of closing those open recommendations pertaining in particular to those 7. So there, I believe they are listed in order of the oldest being completed to the latest being completed. So the student achievement is one of the recent ones. Privacy was one of the older ones a few years ago.
Seeing no further speakers on the list, I will call the question. And that motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. And we will move on to 5.1.4, School Naming and Renaming Policy and Governance Procedure, Report 26042, brought to us by the Policy, Bylaw, and Governance Standing Committee. Be it resolved that the Board of Trustees approve the revised School Naming and Renaming Policy and School Naming and Renaming Governance Procedure, and that all prior versions of both documents be revoked. Trustee Bryden, would you move this motion?
Yes.
Trustee Rocha, would you second this motion?
I would.
Trustee Bryden, would you like to speak to your report?
Thank you. This policy and governance procedure were reviewed in a targeted review, but a very extensive one in February of 2025. And this is the comprehensive review that is due, and we found a very minimal change required, having made significant changes a year ago.
Thank you very much. And seeing no speakers on the speakers list, I will call the question. And that is unanimous by all trustees in the room. Moving on to item 5.1.5, the election of chair and vice chair. Governance Policy and Procedure. Be it resolved that the Board of Trustees approve the revised election of the Chair and Vice Chair Governance Procedure and that all prior versions be revoked. Trustee Bryden, would you move this motion?
Yes.
Trustee Zhang, would you second this motion?
Yeah, I second this motion.
Trustee Bryden, would you like to speak to this report?
This was another procedure due for a comprehensive review that we found minimal change required.
Thank you very much. And just going to double check for speakers. And seeing none, I will call the question. Thank you very much. That does pass unanimously by all trustees present in the room. We now move on to 5.2, items for future action. And as a reminder to trustees, these items will return to the board for decision later this month. Our first item is 5.2.1, Fundraising Policy Report 26044, submitted by Superintendent Nogoy. And whenever you're ready, Superintendent Nogoy.
Thank you. And for the chair, there have been a number of updates to the fundraising policy, in particular the addition of guiding principles. Also as required by regulation, school councils were consulted during the month of May, and there were a number of feedback suggested, which have been captured through clarification in the guiding principles, and as well there was overall support for the proposal to encourage schools with greater fundraising capacity to financially assist schools with less ability to fundraise. Happy to take any questions.
Trustee Baxter.
Thank you. Through the chair. The policy, as I read it, applies to funds collected or paid out through school accounts. Is that correct? I'm just wondering, has there been any consideration given to including additional language that would prohibit, for lack of a better word, any other types of fundraising for external purposes on board property? Has that ever been discussed or considered? Just in terms of the potential risk to the board.
So with regards to fundraising, there's fundraising internally under the guidelines under the Ministry of Education that particularly specifies what those funds collected for the school could be used to, and they're not meant to pay for public education. They are meant to complement public education. However, school councils and schools can still have the ability to fundraise for external partners. So that isn't really captured here. So that's a bit of a flow through at the school level. So that they are allowed to fundraise as long as it's a charity that is a Canadian registered charity. So there's some rules around that and some guidelines, but there's no restrictions, in addition to that. It's based on each school and school council. It has to reflect our values and be a Canadian registered charity.
Thank you. Moving on to Trustee Gray.
Thank you very much through the chair. I'm really happy to see 4.7, the notion of recognizing that schools' fundraising capacity varies and that there's provision for a mechanism for those schools with greater capacity to voluntarily support. I've actually seen that happen, and it's been very, very impactful. And so I'm pleased to see that in part of this. My question is under 4.5. The last sentence says fundraising should have a designated purpose and the proceeds should be used as intended. I wonder if there's a possibility to entertain the notion of some indication that the purpose for which the fundraising is taking place is communicated to the community. I think it's in the admin procedure, but not maybe here. And is there a place for that here?
We can certainly amend the wording that the intended purpose is communicated. It is a requirement under the guidelines that the purpose for the fundraising is outlined so that those that are participating, they know what they are actually fundraising for. Is it for the school, for a particular event, or raising for additional technology, or is it, for example, to share with some of the fundraising with another school with less ability to fundraise? So all of those purposes have to be clearly identified. So the person who is actually contributing knows exactly where the funds are intended to go. And then through the reporting, we are responsible and accountable to ensure that indeed those funds were spent in accordance with the purpose for which they were collected. But we could add a little bit more in terms of just that communication back, but that's exactly what this sentence is meant to cover.
Thank you. And just to add on a little bit of information about that too, the administrative procedure is the document that school admins will use, and so having it there is the correct location for it. Moving on to Speaker Trustee Bryden.
Thank you. I know that the AP is being reviewed in parallel with the policy. I'm certainly aware of school council's occasional frustration with the restrictions placed on fundraising procedures, including some of these about how we said, oh, we raised money from this thing, it was going to go for this thing, and now we can't use it for this other thing that's become a higher priority. So some of those strictures. I'm curious if we got feedback from school councils about we're certainly consulting them on the policy. I imagine that they're actually more interested in the admin procedure, and whether there's feedback that was received that would be relevant to that and could in any way influence the review that's occurring at the admin procedure level, but also whether there's any takeaways for the board to consider in our risk management process of saying there is this tension between ensuring that we are rigorous in minimizing any risk of fraud, and also in making it easy for school councils to operate at the school level and to conduct collection of money, sometimes for fundraising, sometimes just to break even on an event, and that can be challenging under some of the rules that we have put in place.
Thank you for the question, Trustee Bryden, and for the chair. There has been, at the same time, we've circulated the school fundraising administrative procedure as well as the school generated funds administrative procedure. So there has been some comments, but none necessarily related to that. It was just more guidance and interest and encouragement in that sharing of fundraising between schools. And to the point in terms of the accountability and the risk of fraud and mitigating that, we do have an annual mandatory training for all school council chairs, school council treasurers, as well as if they want the chair there or any other parents who facilitate. Under the regulation, school generated funds are consolidated under the board funds. So we are accountable to the way that they're being recorded, reported, accounted for. So they do have to follow, school councils have to follow our policies and procedures. The school financial services team works very closely with schools and school councils. So there are one-on-one as well meetings where there's a new treasurer, there's questions. So we try to help with alleviating frustrations of not knowing the process and giving them the knowledge and the tools so they can actually carry on their role as a school council member more seamlessly.
Thank you very much. We look forward to seeing this on our agenda later this month for the vote. Now, Do we want to switch 5.2.3 and 5.2.2 since Superintendent Ngoy is already at the presentation desk? Is that okay? Okay. So we will go to report 26044, the draft budget, with our Superintendent Ngoy.
Thank you very much, Chair Collard. I will start. This evening, we are presenting the draft 2026-2027 school year budget for the Halton District School Board. This is an important step in our annual planning process and reflects months of analysis, consultation, planning, and difficult decision-making. Before turning to the draft budget, I want to begin by recognizing this budget ultimately supports student success. Across the HDSB, students are achieving, creating, and preparing for their futures in exceptional ways and in all aspects of school life, locally, nationally, and internationally, from academic competitions, athletics, and the arts, to skilled trades, leadership, innovation, and community engagement. HDSB students continue to distinguish themselves through their talent, dedication, and pursuit of excellence. This commitment to student success is reflected in the HDSB's rising graduation rates, with the four-year graduation rate increasing from 85.7% to 89.1% over the last 6 years, and the five-year graduation rate in the same time period increasing from 92.1% to 94.1%. This achievement includes acceptances to top post-secondary institutions in Canada and around the world, and success in a wide range of pathways after high school, reflecting the learning environments that develop students' critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, and confidence in pursuing meaningful futures. Our staff continue to be recognized nationally for the excellence that makes these opportunities possible. This year, HDSB educators received the Prime Minister's Award for Teaching Excellence and the Governor General's History Award for Excellence in Training, recognizing among a small number of education nationwide and the sole recipients in the province of Ontario. Together with our EQAL results that continue to place HDSB students above the provincial averages in literacy and mathematics, and independent rankings placing many HDSB schools among the highest rated in the province of Ontario, these achievements reflect a school board where students are supported to achieve, to discover their strengths, and to prepare for successful futures. This is the context in which we present tonight's budget. In the 2026-2027 school year, HDSB will welcome more than 64,500 students and 6,500 full-time staff in our 92 elementary schools, 16 secondary schools, and 5 continuing education centers. Earlier this year, students, families, staff, and community members provided input to the budget, and the HDSB hosted a public information session to enhance transparency in the planning process. Thank you to everyone who participated and shared their perspectives. The input received reinforced the importance of protecting student learning, achievement, and well-being, supporting safe and caring schools, and maintaining the programs and services that enable students to succeed. These priorities, reflected in our multi-year strategic plan, have guided the development of this draft budget. Over the past year, we have made strides in the system-wide work focused on supporting student retention, strengthening secondary programming, and improving the transition from elementary to secondary schools. By helping students and families better understand the pathways and opportunities available in secondary school, we are supporting engagement, belonging, and successful futures. This work matters in the context of today's budget. Even as we respond to financial pressures and declining enrollment, our responsibility remains to invest thoughtfully in the learning experiences and supports that enable students to succeed. The 2026-2027 draft budget represents a balanced budget that meets our financial obligation. At the same time, we recognize that achieving balance has required difficult decisions which impacts our system. Beginning with a $7.1 million deficit, a projected decline of 680 students, an anticipated increase in operating costs, the HDSB successfully identified $16.9 million in savings, efficiencies, and new revenue opportunities. Balancing this budget required careful decisions to support students and equip staff for success, while aligning areas of spending with available funding and ministry requirements. Even so, the HDSB continues to target 98% of our funding towards student success. I want to thank trustees for their dedication, for their continued advocacy on behalf of public education, as well as our leaders and staff for the work and their careful consideration throughout the process. In particular, I want to recognize Superintendent of Business Roxana Nagoy, Jay Chantovan, and all of the staff for the great work in making sure that we're here today. I was joking with them earlier this week that I feel like we've been doing this all year, which Superintendent Nagoy reminded me that we have. And so the decision before us are not easy. Our responsibility is clear to advance a budget that is financially responsible, aligned with our strategic goals, and most importantly, centered on the success and well-being of students. And with that, I now invite Superintendent Nagoy to present the budget.
Thank you, CEO Ennis, and thank you, trustees. We do have a few slides just to present the draft budget in a more summarized version. There are additional appendices in the report, and on June 16th, we will have the full budget workbook with all the details and appendices available as well before you make the final decision. So for this evening, we'll just do a quick overview of the budget development process. And yes, it's been a year. We started on September 29th, and here we are in June, wrapping it up. Just going through where we started, the assumptions, the core education funding pressures, where we are in terms of enrollment in the current year, where we see the enrollment trends for the projection, and then we'll provide you with the next year's revenue and expenses as they compare to the current year budget, and go through a list of the proposed savings and efficiencies that have made a possible balanced budget to be presented this evening. And as well, we do have a capital budget that has capital funding sources that is fully funded, that we also will give you a quick overview for next year. So where we started with the budget assumptions, we knew we had 7.1 million deficit for the budget in the current year, with a total annual budget of 970 million. Knowing that the enrollment decline will continue and that we had to make up for the 7.1 million, we were projecting that we will need savings for around 10 to 14 million to balance the budget. We have lost about 1,800 students since 23-24 school year, and we are also projecting 680 into the next school year. So we had to make up a little bit for a couple of years of enrollment decline and the current year budget as well. As CEO Ennis mentioned, we ended up with 16.9 million in total reductions and revenue generating opportunities in order to balance the budget. And I'll provide a little bit more detail on that in the next slides. Our core education funding pressures are listed here. You've seen them before. They do remain after the core education funding was released for next year, because there haven't been a lot of changes to the funding when it comes to special education grant, the benefits, whether they're statutory, CPP, EI enhancements, or WSIB claims and increases. There's no change in supply staffing costs. There was a small increase for inflation in some of the components of the budget, but it's not keeping up with the increase in costs, as you'll see the operating pressures that we have in one of the future slides. As well as to the earlier discussion you had in terms of boundary reviews and the need to look at whether or not we have underutilized space in schools and school closures being one of the factors to consider in the future. The underutilized school top-up funding has been eliminated, but we don't have the ability to right-size facilities. So that is also one of the pressures. So all of this is in addition to being a declining enrollment board. And our funding, as you know, is the main driver is enrollment.
So speaking of enrollment, this slide shows you the projected enrollment for next year as it compares to the revised budget, which is our newest number, but also the original budget. And we wanted to provide that original budget figure because all of our expenses and revenues are looking back to that cycle since we've started the budget process for next year in September. So before we even had that revised budget number. So looking budget to budget, we have a small decline in the elementary panel of 31 students and about 650 students expected enrollment decline for the secondary panel. So how does that look like in terms of the projections? So if you're looking over the next couple of years, so 26, 27, 27, 28, we will continue to see a decline in potentially both panels before we start seeing a little bit of a slight increase into 28, 29. That is dependent on the applications for new housing and development being approved and moving on target. So every year we're sort of redoing this 4-year projection for the ministry, and that may change based on immigration or migration into the region or out of the region, and where the housing development is actually the approved, I should say, permits actually end up being. So overall, actually, I think I'm passing it on to Jay at this point to walk you through an overview of revenues and expenses for the next year.
All right, thank you, and evening, everybody. So yeah, I'll walk through the next couple handful of slides related to revenue and expenses as they stand now. So just a general high-level overview, as CEO Ennis mentioned, about 98% of our budget is directed to the classroom, directly supporting students, with leaving 2%, 2.2 specifically to cover board administration costs. So the top right pie chart shows our funding sources, the biggest slice being 93% coming through the core education funding as well as other provincial grants. And then that leaves 7% for all the other items, which will be detailed on a future slide. The lower right pie chart is our expense pie. So as mentioned, almost 90%, the two biggest slices is for direct student support, whether it's instruction or school maintenance and transportation. So moving on to the next slide, just to dive into the numbers. Starting with revenue. So this is the table showing 985, almost 986 million in revenues, split across the ministry categories, the main categories. The next couple slides will detail out some of the line items and a little more. But top of the list here is our core education funding, nearly 875 million. This is an increase of 4.6 over the current year's estimates budget. I just want to note that approximately 4 million of this is responsive education program grants, moving from the second line up to the top line. So that's why you would see a 4.4, almost $4.5 million decrease for the provincial grants other line. Also factored into the core education funding line is new funding allocations for instructional resources, as well as grant increase for teacher qualification education grants, so that directly offsets grid movements and whatnot on the expense side. However, this is offset greatly by enrollment decline to the tune of nearly $8 million. So overall, it's still an increase. However, a good chunk of it is moving from one line to the other. The other couple lines that changed significantly are investment income, down about 1.1 million due to less cash flow to invest and gain interest income on daily or overnight balances. And other fees and revenues, which we detail a little more. The largest portion there is a decline in EDC revenue, offsetting some of the increases in other revenue lines. So the next slide will detail out the core education funding into the various fund allocations that the ministry provides us. So the first one, actually the first two, include new allocations as well as the reps that moved from provincial grants other into the core ed. Again, offset by enrollment decline across all the funding lines. So the first 6 lines in this case all include the impact of declining enrollment. Moving on to the next slide. So these are the more detail on the other revenue category. So a few going up significantly are tuition fees due to increased enrollment, rental income due to higher utilization of our schools, and before and after school program due to enrollment of that program, as well as rate increase. As mentioned, education development charge, we're expecting $4.1 million less. However, that is an out of compliance revenue. So about 23 million of it or so is out of compliance and cannot help balance our budget. So moving on to the expense side of things, here's a table of our expenses in ministry general higher level categories to the tune of 965.6 million. So the 2 line items that decrease the most are in the instruction area and the other. Just a note on the other, that is where we map our responsive education programs. So there is that matches to the other provincial grant revenue decline. So that's has offsetting revenue. We'll detail out the next on the next few slides all of these categories. So this one's a little bit hard to read, but it's the instruction area split into the various ministry subcategories. So the ones that declined the most or decreased the most are the classroom teachers, education assistants, professional paraprofessionals, and coordinators consultants. So there'll be more detail on that on a future slide on the reductions there. On the flip side, some of the increases are in the textbooks and supplies line and the principal's vice principal. So as mentioned, the new funding allocations for instructional resources that would be parked into the textbook supply line, and the principal's vice principal. So that's mainly compensatory increases that were negotiated. They will be in their last year of their term. So that's captured here and is offset with benchmark increases on the revenue side. Moving on to the next slide. So 2 tables here breaking down the administration governance expenses as well as transportation. So in the board admin side, almost $200,000 decrease. So there are some operational increases, but there were budget reductions to come out to a net negative there. Moving on to the next table, next 2 tables, school operations and maintenance being the first one. So a net increase of $2 million. So this is recognizing inflationary increases or rate for contractual services and utilities and whatnot, and partially being offset by savings that were identified and will be highlighted later. The other people accommodations has a direct funding source that's related to capital interest on our old debt. And then just the last table there, as mentioned, the responsive education is the big drop there, about 4 million. So we are, again, they're moved to the core ed, so the expenses are mapped in the instruction area, and we're still waiting on confirmation on some other reps at this time. Then I'll pass it back to Superintendent Goy for the rest.
Thank you. So the next few slides, we're going to walk you through the savings and efficiencies that were identified in our effort to balance the budget. And I just want to mention that these are looked at the reductions that we had to make. But when you're looking at the expenses, you're not going to see, the 16 million being reduced necessarily, because what this is looking at is So it's not taking into account the grid movement for staff on, like different levels of salary level based on experience. It is not looking at the increases from an operational perspective, which I'll mention the highest or the most significant ones. This is purely looking at, if we're looking at the budget from this current year and the amount, where are we going to look at reducing what we're going to have in the next year? And then you have your legal, contractual obligations, licensing, things like that, that will be an increase. Utility rates, they will cause an increase and obviously offset some of this. But if we did nothing, we would have had expenses of 16.9 million higher than where we currently have ended up. So the amount of work and consultation that we've done from September until May, essentially, has been to focus on really doing a lot of the heavy lifting to understand the budget, how we spend the money, how we can do things differently, or things that we don't do, and focus on impacting limiting the impact on student learning, engagement, and well-being. So we first looked at non-staffing salaries and efficiencies and tried to find out as much possible that we can reduce without impacting our services to students, our staff. And that is a total of 6.9 million as outlined on this particular slide. And that crosses over all department areas. It crosses over school budgets, professional development, transportation routing optimizations, looking at optimizing salary benefit gaps and leaves and the supply costs, and the director's office, contingency savings. We've looked at everything that we could in order to have reductions. Every budget, every superintendent, every portfolio had been tasked with finding efficiencies. So this is the list that you have here today, and we were able to find almost $7 million in the current year budget that we are cutting out of next year's budget in order to provide that part of the savings that we need to balance the budget. Then we looked at revenue opportunities. How can we maximize funding? How can we grow some of the programs? Or look at other miscellaneous revenue sources that we can impact in order to provide additional funding that can help alleviate the need to cut additional resources. And we were able to identify 2.3 million. Mostly we looked at some of the new core education funding that was allocated for consistent curriculum resources, and some increases to dual credit. So we were looking at how we can maximize and use that on the current budget, in part on the current budget items that we had, as opposed to being added as new items to the budget. We've looked at rental revenue increases, reciprocal agreement optimization, leasing of intangible assets, and program growth. Continuing education program growth, 300,000 is the net to the bottom line. It's actually about 600,000 or more that we expect in terms of additional funding, and then you take away all the instructional costs to provide those programs, and that's where we were looking at. There's a lot of effort that we also are doing in terms of our international student program growth, but we never project growth in that area. We're always conservative when we are looking at enrollment projections, as well when it comes to international students. So we are not showing an increase there, but that's not to say that we don't have a plan and hoping that we're going to see additional students next year. There's massive efforts in terms of student retention for secondary students and program growth and promotion, and we have seen an increase in the option sheets and interest. We're again being cautious in terms of where we're going to see the entry level and the retention for grade 9 next year, being the first year, and taking our financial responsibility to balance seriously, so we don't want to over project. But there are other areas that we don't necessarily put a number here that we're still working towards in order to create growth and reduce the amount of savings and efficiencies we would need. And then we also had to look at staffing. We are 80%. Our budget is compensation. And we were identifying how we spend our funding compared to expenses, how we are providing services, and how can we do it differently. So we've identified a number of reduction. 82 positions or 7.8 million were identified as part of the staffing reduction in order to take into consideration the enrollment decline over time and the impact of that on the other funding allocations that are not directly linked to class sizes and mandated class ratios. So this is the list. As you can see, we've looked at all areas, all groups, employee groups, and everyone sort of had to look at savings in terms of staffing. And most of this is, of course, we looked at attrition, we looked at pausing, hiring, and trying to create vacancies to the extent possible. There was also about 20 FTE reduction when we looked at pure staffing ratios that are impacted on enrollment or funding changes. There was an increase also when we looked at a new school opening and assigning the staff to prepare for the new school opening, for example, which is not opening next year, but in advance of opening in 27-28, the North Oakville High School. We do have to assign staff into the next year. So the highest decline in enrollment is in the secondary panel, so you will see a corresponding decrease in secondary teachers. So this is an additional 2.7 million, and this will be part of the staffing process every year that is based on enrollment. So our proposed staffing for next year is split into the proposed savings that was done through all the consultations and the budget workshop groups that we had and work that we had through the year, as well as the enrollment changes. So we are looking at 101.8 FTE change year over year. And these are the employee categories that we report under ministry categories. So while we had reductions and savings and efficiencies and trying to boost revenue, we also have operational increases that we cannot avoid. In particular, there are compensation and benefits increases, grid movements, statutory benefits. So the pressure there is about 7 million. And if you think about our actual revenue going down and not up, this is where you see that impact of declining enrollment. So even though, year over year we have fewer students, the base cost for us and the compensation and the grid movements, it does go up year over year. School operations and maintenance, the utility rates trends, as well as snow removal trends over a 5-year period, dictate that we are going to be looking at 3.1 million in increases to the current year budget that we have to account for. Infrastructure, technology, maintenance fees are also pressure of 1.1 million. And we also made an addition support for educational assistance of 400,000. So all in all, this is what our draft financial position that we're reporting to the ministry will look like. And that bottom line there, it's our total accumulated in-year surplus of 3,838. So for an almost $1 billion budget, that is what we would call a balanced budget. But we did mention in the little box, it's an in-year surplus. So we certainly have, as you can see, year over year. So the prior year was a 7.1 million deficit, and we've been able to balance the proposed budget for next year. But I do want to be very transparent. CEO Ennis and the team and myself, we do have certain assumptions in this budget that we're putting forward that could change what the revised budget or the financial position at the year end looks like. And it could be a small deficit position. And so the assumptions are enrollment stability. If we are within plus or minus 50 students, we can still balance the budget. However, if something is significantly different than what the trends suggest, then obviously the funding will decline. We do have the ability, we only staff based on bums in seats, as we call them in the staffing process. So we have the ability to adjust staffing that is related to ratios, to enrollment ratios. However, the funding is all-encompassing, so all the other parts of the funding, we don't have the ability to make a lot of changes in here. Based on the last, in May, with the last draw of on enrollment and the planning projections, we believe to be within that plus or minus 50 students of the projection. So that's our best foot forward. The responsive education programs, there are some remaining programs to be announced, almost 400,000. At this point in time, we are assuming that they will be coming not having the information. Funding flexibility. We are building this budget with a lot of unknowns. So there is a consistent curriculum resource fund. That's the new, one of the very few additional funding that we've received this year for our board is 1.9 million. We are assuming that out of this 1.9 million, at least half can be used towards existing resources. So directing it to the tools we currently use or changing the tools we currently use to the provider. And the assumption is needed to be highlighted because the money is enveloped to be used only with Supply Ontario vendor of record tools and offerings. The vendor of record hasn't been selected. The tools and offerings haven't been identified. So it's very difficult for us right now to determine exactly how much of this 1.9 million can be used on current tools and learning resources. But I think we are pretty conservative and comfortable to say at least 50%, maybe more, but at least 50% we can do so. And operating costs, as I mentioned before, there's a number that are beyond our control. We are using current trends in order to make our best assumptions. We use actuarial valuation to look at WSIB claims. However, they tend to change. They're outside of our control. Utility rates, we're looking at trends and the information we currently have in terms of rates. And snow removal, we have done a trend for the last 5 years. But we don't know whether it will be a warm winter or a cold winter, icy winter. So therefore, those are some of the key assumptions that we've made in building this budget. And just the last two slides, this is our capital budget, 129 million. It is fully funded, as you can see there, for different capital ministry funding, whether it's capital priorities, education development charges, proceeds of disposition. And mainly, just on the next slide, it pertains to the construction of 3 schools, 2 elementary schools, Milton 13, Oakville 5, and the new Oakville High School, North Oakville High School, as well as other capital projects which are listed on this slide. And they're provided in more detail in your agenda package. And with that, we'd be happy to take any questions.
I'm not seeing any yet, so I just want to, before I move us on, want to thank you sincerely for the effort that's been put into this. I know it's been tough work finding this amount of money to make sure that we could balance this year. It's painful to be looking at a budget that we know where we're losing some really great assets and resources, and some of those being human resources. And so I thank you very much for bringing this forward. And now we do have a question from Trustee Gray.
Yes, thank you very much. Through the chair, on to slide 21, please. At the very bottom of the draft budget, it indicates the in-year surplus of 3838. And if we are to have comfort in that very slim margin, is it because we can be very well assured that much of what you've done here is highly conservative in your estimates?
Through the chair to Trustee Gray, thank you for the question. We have been conservative, but there are big items outside of our control. So that's why I'm saying that I think this is our best foot forward. We've done a lot of heavy lifting while we're still focusing on student success and supporting our students. So with that, the contingency, I should have mentioned, the board contingency is now going to be $150,000. So we have a very small contingency for such a large budget. But it came at the, a balance of, do we keep it higher and then make more reductions, or do we reduce the contingency to lessen the impact on the system? So I think the CEO Ennis can certainly mention the position, but I think this is conservative, but we still have concerns that should the things that I mentioned on the budget assumption materialize that are outside of our control, that we could have potentially $1 or $2 million of a deficit budget at revised. We could also have a little bit of a bigger surplus as well. So it can go either way. I think this is the best we can do based on the information we have and the information we don't have at this point. I'm not sure if there's anything else to add.
Nothing further to add.
Thank you. Moving on to Trustee Bryden.
Thank you. Quickly to clarify process, I heard that additional materials will come June 16th before our final decision. Is our final decision happening June 16th or June 23rd?
So the final decision is on June 16th. And the additional materials, so we don't expect any changes from now until then, but it will be just more breakdowns of the appendices, like a further breakdown.
Process-wise, I understand that we got our materials, our funding allocations late. I'm a little concerned that materials were not provided at the regular time for this meeting. There was no committee of the whole meeting, and we are acting as if this is the first presentation and proceeding directly to a vote at our next meeting. I have some concerns about that. My substantive questions are first and foremost the line that jumps out at me is the professionals paraprofessionals line. We're looking at a 5% decrease in that category. In budget and in FTEs, and that encompasses a lot of our mental health supports, our a bunch of these categories of professionals, and that's a steep decrease, and I'm wondering what that means in the context of our commitment to mental health and well-being, and why this choice at this time, understanding that there are limitations and strictures that we're under.
Thank you for the question, Trustee Bryden. Certainly, as we examined our financial position, the funding, we kept our commitments in the multi-year strategic plan front and center, and mental health and well-being, as you have highlighted, certainly was one of those. And in consultation with Superintendent Barnes and his team, we felt comforted that we were able to still deliver the kind of service that our schools and our students need. And I'm going to ask Superintendent Barnes if he would comment further on those concerns.
Yeah, thank you for the question through you, Chair. What we have done is the front-facing impacts to students. We minimized them as best we could. And for one example, some of our supports were attendance related. So we did do a bit of a shift in the role in terms of shifting from social workers to another staff group, CYCPs, to take on the attendance. So that was part of the reduction in the numbers. So the other thing we did is CYCPs are shared amongst schools. So we identified schools that would be the neediest and high priorities and made the adjustments that way.
So to clarify that we are taking that attendance counselor role that previously existed independently and asking staff who have other roles to also take on this role. Is that correct?
Yep. One of the things that's one of the roles that all school boards can assign various staff members. So they actually, the title of social worker is not attendance, it's separate. So that's one of the things that we did to shift to have a different person in that role.
You've used your follow-ups. I'm sorry, Trustee Bryden.
I didn't get an answer to the question.
Okay, I will allow you to rephrase. Rephrase, please.
So we are losing people. We had, my understanding, to clarify, is that we had people who were classified as attendance counselors, and that was their sole focus. And now we are asking, if I'm understanding correctly, we are asking social workers who had other responsibilities to also take on attendance counselor as part of their role, and we no longer have attendance counselors. Have I is that correct?
Yeah, it's just one example of what we try to do to be flexible, but that role can be assigned to anyone on staff in the school board. So social workers, high priorities, still keep them doing that work. But instead of a social worker being assigned to attendance counselor, we have shifted other staff roles to take on those duties. So that kind of speaks to what I was saying about trying to have front-facing resources, a best resource with the money that we have.
Reminder that this will come back at our next meeting, and if the Board of Trustees is not satisfied at that time, we can still defer it to June 23rd. We do have 2 more special meetings, so there is an opportunity to ask more questions. And yes, I will put you back on the speakers list, Trustee Bryden.
If I may, I'm sure college just also offer that the leading up to this final draft presentation, we've had many conversations with the Board of Trustees on what the budget was going to look like and the projections and where we were headed. I think I've lost count of the number of times that we've actually had a presentation on the budget for next year.
And I just want to offer, as we were speaking to the enrollment trends, and we're looking at, losing 2,500 students over the 3 years, we have to adjust staffing to take into account that we are serving 2,500 less students, and that includes the student needs, not just in the classroom or class size and teacher, but also the wraparound supports, and through that, the mental health and well-being team have been looking at the priority schools where the numbers are, there's more support required versus less support required, and they have been reallocated from that perspective.
Is that satisfactory for you, or do you still have a question?
I have another question that I was adding myself to the speakers list. I don't know if there are other speakers.
Okay, are you ready to go ahead then?
Yes.
Thank you.
One of the things that strikes me about this budget is that we are in the very strange position of reducing staff supports and increasing supplies. Given the funding that has been provided to us and enveloped to do such process. And it seems a misallocation of priorities that, to the evidence I have seen, where the provincial government has rightfully invested in, for instance, math facilitators, those kinds of central teaching supports that have allowed our schools to see dramatic improvements in the basic academic achievement that we prioritize, that this government prioritizes, that's a boon to everyone. And what we're seeing here is an investment in classroom supplies that could have gone into preserving some of those central teaching supports. And I just talked about a 5% reduction in professionals and paraprofessionals in mental health. We're looking at 18 out of 108 FTEs with some offset for enrollment funding changes on the other side. 10% reduction in our central teaching supports. And those are exactly the people who are coming into classrooms with those specialized skill sets to provide those additional resources and drive forward that academic performance. And I wish we had those people. I'm not going to say the classroom supplies are bad. They're helpful. That's wonderful. It's just not where my priority is. And from everything I've heard from this government, it's actually not where their priority is either. So I would actually ask our political representatives at the provincial level to take a good hard look at that and ask if we're prioritizing the right things at this moment, and to move us into a position where we can provide those strong academic supports that are not just the classroom teacher, but all of the additional resources in staffing resources that make those school communities thrive and help our students who are struggling to succeed.
Thank you very much for that comment, Trustee Bryden. And that does exhaust the speakers list. We have one more item under this category, but I'm going to suggest that while Colette comes forward, the rest of us just get up off of our seats, because we've been sitting for over 2 hours, and move around a little while she moves over to the presentation desk. Good evening, everyone, and welcome back. We are moving on in our agenda to item 5.2.2, the draft special education plan for 26-27, brought to us by Superintendent Ruddock. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm happy to share our special education plan for the 26-27 school year. This draft plan was shared with SEAC at our meeting in May, and it will return to SEAC next week for a vote on their support or non-support of the plan. I will touch on the significant changes in the plan through the summary of changes document that was shared with you. I won't go through each aspect of that document, but I will speak to the ones that are most significant. Specifically around the screening process for gifted students. We have long used the CCAT as our primary screening tool. But we have certainly noticed, given that it's been a long-standing tool, that there is a significant impact on our results due to practice effect. So we are shifting our testing tool to the Naglieri. This is a more culturally sensitive tool and will permit us to move to a one-step process rather than a two-step screening process. We also have looked at our class sizes in our self-contained programs and placements. And you will see across the communication program, the ARC, KELP, and Alpha that we are looking at some increases to the class sizes, although they still all remain lower than, or most of them with the exception of the Alpha, lower than the ministry class size of 16 students. The other noted change for our self-contained program is our gifted program. We have been slowly shifting to supporting our primary students who are identified gifted within the regular classroom. And we have seen really the absence of demand for primary gifted self-contained. We have no students in grade 1 and 2, and we have no incoming students for grade 3. So we will be offering gifted classes for grades 4 through 8 next year. And we do anticipate moving to a 5 to 8 model and returning to a 5 to 8 model in another year's time. For our special education classes, as a result of the increase to class sizes, as well as really a change in interest in self-contained programming. And I think this really speaks to the shift in instructional support within the regular classroom. We are seeing a decrease in the number of self-contained placements that we're offering. And you can see by ARC, CPE, Gifted, Communication Program, KELP, and Alpha, the numbers of classes that will be offered across the system. This is resulting in 15 fewer self-contained classes next year, which translates to 17 and a half full-time equivalent staff when we look at planning time that's captured within there as well. For our secondary, we haven't looked at a reduction of special education supports in secondary, but we have shifted some resource support to our community pathway program because we are seeing an increase in numbers in our community pathway program. For our regional teams, we are folding our MDS-TEAs. This is a regional team of educational assistants, as well as the structured reading coaches. And we are changing our assistive technology leads to coaches. So across our regional teams, this is a reduction of 11 FTE, but we are increasing the amount of transitional support we will offer through supply educational assistance when we have new and emerging needs. So we will still have a robust resource to support transitional needs in schools. For our professional services staff, across our psych ed consultants, speech and language consultants, social workers, and child and youth care practitioners, we're looking at a reduction of 14 FTE.
For our assistive technology leads, I said that we are shifting to a coaching model, which is allowing us to, as I said, reduce by 2, removing some of the administrative and reporting requirements that currently sits with that role, and those individuals will solely focus on supporting students and teachers in embedding the use of assistive technology in classrooms. Our structured reading has been a highly successful and impactful program. We see that in the results of our students with IEPs and their increased achievement results in reading in particular. And so we are remaining committed to this program. We have leveraged the expertise of our structured reading coaches to ensure that all of our special education teachers in schools have the skills to deliver this Tier 3 intervention for students. And so our instructional program leaders will continue to monitor and support and coach our school-based staff for structured reading, and therefore we're able to fold the coaching role. I believe Superintendent Barnes has already articulated the shift in the social workers, removing the responsibility of attendance counselors, as well as removing the Indigenous social worker and ensuring that all of our social workers have the skill and ability to support our Indigenous students. Our CYCPs, or Child and Youth Care Practitioners, that's a change in title for them that really aligns with the provincial trend, and they will be assuming the responsibility of attendance counselors. And then the last piece to touch on is really the name change of our ECPP programs. They are the programs that we offer in partnership with other ministries for care and treatment of our students. And they have undergone also a name change to have some called the community treatment and education programs that are offered throughout our schools. And then the education and community partnership program, that is the SALAP school, which is closed care. So those are the kind of significant changes in the special education plan. I'm happy to take any comments or questions.
I'm not seeing any speakers quite yet. I did have a couple of questions. I was around in the days when the primary gifted program first launched. In fact, I sat on SEAC, as did Trustee Daniele at that time. And I noted very quickly the decline that was happening in the number of students being identified. And I'm wondering, is that also being seen in the 5 to 8 group, and or are those classes still robust? And at the secondary level, particularly when we split the Nelson group into North-South Burlington so that it's south in Nelson and north in M.M. Robinson, are those groups still of a healthy size?
Okay, well, I guess I'm going to tease that out into a couple of questions around first elementary and the number of students who met criteria for gifted this year in grade 4, so transitioning into self-contained placements for grade 5 next year. We did look at our criteria for what it means to be gifted, given we had shifted from the American CCAT to the Canadian CCAT, and that then resulted in a change in norms. We did see a reduction in the number of students who met criteria, so we are running 4 fewer grade 5 self-contained programs next year, so that's approximately 100 students. We do feel that that is a more accurate reflection of our truly gifted students, because the increasing the nonverbal category, the score in the nonverbal category kind of weeded out some of the practice effect that we were seeing and resulting in some highly able students qualifying as gifted. So we do anticipate that trend of really focusing in on the students who are truly gifted, and therefore likely a decline in numbers to come over the next few years. With regards to our secondary schools, we have shifted to all of our schools offering a secondary gifted cluster. So our students no longer attend a designated site for secondary. And so I'm not sure if that responds to your Nelson question around are those programs still robust, but we do ensure that there is a minimum of 5 gifted students in the cluster to make that a viable cluster.
Thank you. And now we have a question from Trustee Rocha.
Yeah, through you, Chair. You had, I believe I heard you say that the role of the Indigenous social worker has been eliminated and that the existing or remaining social workers would be trained. So what type of training will they be receiving so that they would be appropriately, the question is, how would they be appropriately trained to work with the Indigenous students?
So through you, Chair, Trustee Rocha, I believe I said that our existing social workers have the skills to support our Indigenous students, but I will turn to Superintendent Barnes if he wants to speak to those skills and how they can support all students.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. I will defer to Superintendent Coquel in terms of the perspective from the Indigenous social worker, and I can fill in if necessary. Thank you.
Yes, that role was introduced. We've been supporting part of that role and the department to build a skill set like we have with other teachers that support all students and other staff members. That role was underutilized when we looked at it as well, in the fact that there are cultural and in factors that contributed to students not and families not accessing it as it is an opt-in service. So there is the ability for the department to support the ongoing roles and working with community partners within the Indigenous community and elsewhere, and with other staff that will help build social service supports for our students.
Do you have a follow-up question? No? Thank you. That ends the speakers list, and so we look forward to seeing the plan at our next meeting. Thank you. Now we will move on to communications to the board, and I believe we will hear from Roxana Nagoy, Superintendent Nagoy. This is the budget update education funding announcement. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. And for the chair, so I've mentioned some of the snippets of information during the budget presentation. So I'll just quickly give you a bit of a brief overview. On May 13, the core education funding was announced. And as you've heard us through the budget presentation, there is not a lot of new money. There are a couple of new investments, and they are focusing on classroom supplies for elementary teachers, as well as consistent curriculum resources. And both of these funding categories are enveloped, and they have very specific parameters for use, or we would have to defer them into the following year. There are a number of responsive education programs, as you've seen on the tables for revenue, where they have moved from being a one-time sort of announced every year on an annual basis, a responsive education program or REP, and has been moved into the core education funding. While this is not new money, we do appreciate the fact that it's a continuous support by putting it in core education funding. So this will be year after year part of the allocation. And this in particular relates to the math facilitators, leads, digital math tools, reading screening tools, reading intervention and early reading IRTs, for example, special education and disability transitions, and dual credit.
There are just a couple of operational adjustments, 2% in the non-staffing allocation of school operations and the student transportation fund. Other than that, the funding remains unchanged as it comes to looking at the benchmark for benefits, sick leave, supply costing formula, and some of our other unchanged benchmarks when it comes to other resources that are non-staffing resources in the funding formula. And I think that wraps up the core education funding announcement and how it impacts our board. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. I'm just going to give trustees a minute in case someone has a question they're trying to formulate. And I'm seeing, okay, Vice Chair Oliver.
Thank you, through Chair, to Superintendent Ngoy. I just have a question around new investments. There was a lot of fanfare made about the $750, they were called gift cards, to assist elementary teachers with classroom supplies. And here it states that this is comprised of $450 in new funding and $300 from existing allocations. So I'm wondering, can you speak to that existing piece? Where is that coming from?
Thank you for the question and for the chair. Yes, so that existing allocation or reallocation comes as a reduction from the classroom supplies allocation that is part of our decentralized school budget, so the operating budget for schools. So we had to reduce the base budget for schools and reallocate it towards this fund. Overall, there's going to be an additional funding for classroom supplies for elementary, per classroom for elementary schools, but we just don't know what it would cover yet. The vendor, the portal, the products, they're not available until August. So we had to reduce and reallocate the existing school budget to make up for the reduction in funding. And we're still waiting for information on exactly what will be provided. We have instructed schools, however, that school startup still has to happen successfully. So the procurement happens now for school startups. So we still have a pressure.
And Trustee Gray.
Thank you very much. I'm focused on page 3 of the report, where I'm reading in the paragraph, the provincial per pupil amount for 26-27 is $14,916. Is that the average in the province? Okay. And so ours is showing a 1.7 increase average across the province. Whereas I just wanted to make note and have it on record that Halton District School Board has only gone up 1.6% and still ranking 3rd from the bottom. It's very important to our funding allocation advisory committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Ngoy. We appreciate the work that you've put into this. Thank you. The next item is 6.1.2, the 2025 Long-Term Accommodation Plan Feedback Responses Report 26048, Superintendent Gaudette and General Manager Thibault.
Evening, Madam Chair, and pleased to present again the information reports regarding the 2025 Long-Term Accommodation Plan updates. I won't speak to it much, but before you this evening is a summary of the feedback information that we received with regards to the launch of the LTAP, which occurred on May 15th for the community, and then May 21st for staff. Received a total of 297 responses, a varying degree of parent, guardians, students, staff, and various other members of the community. Generally speaking, the plan was pretty much well received in terms of how the priorities were affecting them and what their perception of those said priorities were. I had a lot of neutral respondents. We did have a pretty successful rate, as you'll note in Appendix B, on the navigability and the user friendliness of the online app. That's not to say that it's perfect though, so there's still a lot of work to be done in terms of refining it and further enhancing it for years to come as we try to tighten it up and really get the core information in front of the people that want to use it in a more digestible format. The website is fully integrated as it relates to the desktop version and I believe the tablet version. Mobile, we're still working towards it. There's some information that doesn't work quite as well on the mobile, but we're working through it. So, again, I'm very pleased with the results. It has been a long time coming, and I want to again send kudos to the team that's worked on this in planning services and facility services to bringing it to this point and the vision that they've implemented. So, with that, happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. And a question from Vice Chair Oliver.
Thank you, through Chair, to General Manager Thibault. I have to say, I absolutely love this long-term accommodation app that you have created. It has a wealth of information, school information, projected enrollment, key performance indicators. It is absolutely tremendous. And when I think about, the very first LTAP that I had to manage, a binder, of paper that we would update and replace, and not very easily easy to navigate. This is absolutely amazing, and it's got all the information anybody needs. I have one question about an indicator I'm not familiar with, and that's students per hectare. And when I look at that, the schools that I've checked out in my area have a number that is somewhere around the board target, but in some cases it's higher. And I'm wondering, what is this indicator meant to indicate and be reflective of?
Through you, thank you, Vice Chair Oliver, for the question. Through you, Madam Chair. Essentially what we're looking for, and when we initially created these indicators back in 2022, we're trying to look at what would be some things that could be indicative of how our facilities are operating. And the student per hectare was looked at to provide an indicator of how much pressure a school may potentially be under, especially given the fact that, they may have a number of portables on them or whatnot. So it's almost like an indicator to say, how dense and heavily utilized is that site? In terms of defining the indicator as to what the board target would be, we tried to rely on something that's grounded in some sort of framework, and for that, what we used is the Ontario Regulation 20/98, which is the EDC regulation that gives a guideline as to what the maximum permissible acreage a board can purchase for a specific range of enrollment, and then convert it into hectareage. So that way it gives, if the province had looked at that as a general consideration in defining the size of the site relative to the student population, we could use that also as an indicator to look at, how that works out. That being said, depending on the style of the site, whether it's a more traditional greenfield, which I think is more applicable in this scenario, versus maybe one of the more urban sites that we're exploring in the future, that may need to be adjusted. But for now, at least what it shows is if you see a school that is near the board target, probably means it's not overly utilized. It's probably operating close to its OTG. Whereas if you see one that's significantly lower, it might mean also that it's a very large site, or it might mean that it's significantly underutilized. So again, it's just an indicator to look at of what's the intensity of the use of that particular site in question. And again, these indicators are ones that we started with over time. Some may be replaced and substituted for things that are maybe more conducive to what we're looking for. So we threw a few in at the wall, see how people are responding to them, and as new one comes up, we might remove and replace or just add, now that we have a little bit more flexibility on the online format.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, General Manager Thibault. I believe we have exhausted the speakers list, and so thank you for your report. We will now move on to the Chief Executive Officer's report.
Thank you so much, Chair Collard. This is my first Chief Executive Officer's report. Lots of great news, of course, about what's happening in the Halton District School Board. Always proud to represent them. There's the Celebration of Student Excellence event that happened on May the 7th, where we recognized 109 students at our 42nd annual Celebration of Student Excellence at Dr. Frank J. Hayden. Many of you were there. What a beautiful evening it was, celebrating with students and family. Such excellence. I met so many families and students who were so proud of the work that their students had accomplished, and for the staff support and for the trustees for always recognizing excellence in our board. So thank you so much to everyone who participated, and even those who weren't there physically. I know you were there in spirit supporting us, so thank you. The M.M. Robinson High School students take part in King's Baton Relay. Students and staff at M.M. Robinson participated in the International King's Baton Relay, marking Burlington as one of only 3 Canadian stops selected for the global event. The occasion carried profound local significance as the school's namesake, Melvin Marks, or Bobby Robinson, was the founding organizer of the very first Commonwealth Games hosted in the region in 1930. I'm not sure if anyone here was there at that time. But I'm sure it was a wonderful event. So to celebrate, MMR hosted 2 weeks of historical programming that culminated in student athlete Timothy Billington leading the baton through the school's hallway, followed by a public ceremony at Spencer Smith Park, featuring student leaders as guest speakers. The event was beautifully highlighted the HDSB's strategic dedication to extending student learning beyond the classroom, fostering civic pride and engagement, and connecting young people to impactful global and local history. At Garp Webb Secondary School, they hosted a mock trial tournament. The Ontario Justice Education Network mock trial tournament brought together 10 HDSB teams to present criminal law cases before local legal professionals. The event fostered vital public speaking, critical thinking, and collaboration skills, while also allowing students to mentor grade 8 peers to ease their transition to high school. The successful tournament directly advances the HDSB's strategic goals of experiential learning, student achievement, and community engagement. So we look forward to all the future justices from the HDSB. Aldershot student wins writing contest. Shanika Robinson, grade 9 student at Aldershot, won the prestigious National Polar Expression Publishing Writing Contest for her powerful debut short story, Splinters in the Snow. Drawn from her personal background in a Jamaican immigrant family, Shanika's narrative explores the quiet resilience, trauma, and survival inherent in the Canadian immigrant experience. The national recognition has significantly boosted her confidence and sparked a lasting passion for writing to complement her future career aspirations in law. Shanika's outstanding achievement beautifully underscores the HDSB's strategic commitment to fostering authentic student voices, encouraging creative risk-taking, and cultivating personal growth and achievement. Congratulations, Shanika. The Halton Student Film Festival, more than 200 students, families, students and staff, and community members gathered at the First Ontario Arts Centre in Milton on May the 11th for the 22nd annual Eddies. Throughout the evening, students from 8 HDSB secondary schools were recognized for their work in directing, editing, cinematography, animation, screenwriting, and sound design. Winning films were screened for the audience, showcasing a wide range of genres and storytelling styles. HLF students in the spotlight. To wrap up HLF month in April, Burlington Central hosted the annual Students in the Spotlight Showcase, a collaborative fundraising event with HLF that celebrates student talent while raising funds to support families facing financial barriers. The evening featured a diverse lineup of student performances, including music, dance, and theater, alongside a student-led technical crew and a newly expanded visual art exhibition. This highly successful showcase beautifully demonstrated our commitment to learning, engagement, and achievement, as well as kindness, connection, and community. And I happened to be there that evening and spent the night there. It was a fantastic evening. I know Trustee Gray, you were there as well. The level of talent that our students have is just incredible. The artistic ability of our students simply was at a professional level. And we are so proud of them all. So congratulations, and all in support of a worthy cause. Mark your calendars. I know Colette and her team would love to see you on June the 12th for the special athletics track meet. This is always one of those must-see event of the year. So if you can find some time in the day to stop by this event, it'll be at Garth Webb Secondary School. We're looking forward to seeing everyone because we bring students from all across the board onto that one day and to showcase their skills, to cheer each other on. And it's just a wonderful, wonderful day of just releasing lots of dopamine. It's a great day. Leads us to a staff announcement. After a distinguished, I don't know if Eamon, if you're online. After a distinguished, there he is. After a distinguished 33-year career dedicated to public education, including 5 years with the HDSB, Superintendent Eamon Flahat has announced his retirement at the end of this school year. During his time with the HDSB, Eamon has contributed to system leadership through portfolios including school operations, early years, community partnerships, environmental and global citizenship, and parent and community engagement. He championed the expansion and successful funding of before and after school care in schools, and through his leadership of community partnerships, he strengthened relationships with municipal, regional, and local partners in support of schools and students. Eamon has made a lasting contribution with the recent establishment of the HDSB's Environmental Leadership Learning Center and the achievement of 100% school participation in eco-schools and environmental leadership. He has been a strong advocate for collaboration across schools, corporate and central departments, encouraging innovation and continuous improvement in support of students and families. His influence will remain evident in the partnerships, programs, and student-centered practices he helped strengthen. We extend our sincere appreciation to Eamon for his years of service, leadership, and dedication to students, staff, families, and communities. His contributions will continue to benefit HDSB for years to come. The process to recruit Eamon's successor has begun, and we're working through that right now. Please join me in congratulating Eamon on his retirement and wishing him every happiness in the next phase of life. And Eamon, I don't know if you could see us, but there's a standing ovation in the room for you. Do you have anything to say, Eamon?
Thank you so much, Curtis. It's certainly a bittersweet moment. Just wanted to say thank you to you, CEO Innes, and to Associate Director Jenny Petko for the incredible kindness that you continue to demonstrate and model for all of us, for the entire team. My colleagues, I just want to say thank you for the incredible opportunity, the collaboration, and the authentic spaces that we have to debate issues, but never, ever become disagreeable. Where we disagree on things, we always come together as a team. And that level of collaboration that Curtis and Jenny and previous to that others have created for us, that space to debate, to collaborate, and to come up with ideas that are absolutely life-changing for many of our students is a result of an environment, a place that we should all be very proud of. To the Board of Trustees, thank you for creating a culture, the culture of kindness, the commitment that the school board has made to put kindness, connection, and community as part of our multi-year strategic plan. That's a stance that says that this is what we value. And I can't thank you enough for allowing me to lead the work in environmental and global citizenship. While I have numerous responsibilities with the system, I can tell you that's an area of deep passion. We saw the level of engagement across our system and the excitement that continues to unfold for all of our students. I can't thank you all enough for the honor, for being here, the culture that's been created. This place is next to none, the greatest place for employment. Anyone that wants to work in the Halton District School Board, I would consider them very fortunate to have this incredible group of people that are leading and creating a culture led by our CEO who exudes kindness. And what I want to say is that level of modeling has forced everyone's behavior, mindset to shift and change into that mode of kindness. That type of modeling allows schools to shift and ensure that we're always focused on students, never losing that focus regardless of budget reductions or anything else that gets in the way of learning. The focus has always been on students, and my compass has never wavered from that. Thank you. Thanks to all of you for giving me this opportunity to say a few words. I will continue to engage and be part of the school board and watching you from a distance. Thank you again for everything.
Thank you, Eamon. And I don't know that we're going to find anyone who is as passionate about environmental and global citizenship as you are. As Eamon came to my office about a week ago and said, we're releasing the salmon today. You got to come. Drop whatever you're doing. We're releasing the salmon. He was so excited. And thank you, Eamon, for bringing us to the place where environmental and global citizenship is celebrated right across the HDSB in every school. So thank you. There will be more, Eamon, at the June 16th board. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. And I just have one more item. We have two in memoriam, and that is Tanya Brisley, teacher at Park Public School. With profound sadness and a deep sense of loss, we share the news of the recent passing of Tanya Brisley, teacher at Park Public School. Tanya was a valued member of the Park community for well over a decade, and she had a profound impact on hundreds of students during her teaching career. She ran a reading club, the J-Scare program, and she just was warm, caring, and her demeanor, and she was a pillar of the Park community. She'll be deeply missed and fondly remembered by her many colleagues and friends. Our heartfelt thoughts and prayers are with her family, friends, and the school community. We also remember Dr. Frank J. Hayden. Of course, we have a school named after him. The HDSB is saddened by the passing of Dr. Frank J. Hayden, an educator, advocate, researcher, and founder of the Special Olympics. Dr. Hayden's groundbreaking work transformed the opportunities for individuals with diverse abilities around the world and created a lasting legacy of inclusion and belonging. His impact continues to inspire generations of students, educators, and communities. In 2013, the HDSB proudly named our school after him in Burlington, and in his honor, recognizing his extraordinary contributions to education and accessibility. We extend our sincere condolences to the Hayden family, friends, colleagues, and all those who lived and were touched by his remarkable work in advocacy. His legacy will continue to live on in our schools and in our communities. A celebration of both Frank and his wife, Marion, will be held at Dr. Frank J. Hayden School on June the 19th from 2 to 4 p.m. If you would be kind enough to join me in a moment of silence for both Dr. Frank J. Hayden and for Tanya. And that concludes my report for today.
Thank you very much for your report, CEO Ennis. I'm not used to saying that.
It doesn't roll off the tongue.
It doesn't. It really doesn't. Now we move on to 6.3, communications from the chair. And as we approach the end of this school year, I want to highlight some of the work done by trustees since September. We have participated in and approved 2 extensive boundary reviews, one in Burlington and one in Oakville. We reviewed and amended our board governance bylaw, several policies and governance procedures. We worked within our communities to ensure their voices kept framing our discussions at the board table. We celebrated dozens and dozens of Inspire Award recipients and applauded the hard work of our student trustees. Our work involves many evenings spent away from our families to attend meetings and events that support our students and staff. I want to thank each of you for bringing your best to your role as student or school board trustee. I acknowledge your dedication and devotion to our students, and I know you're all looking forward to the many graduation and end-of-year events that you'll be attending in the next few weeks. Now to move on to committee updates. For the statutory committees, Parent Involvement Committee, was there a meeting since our last board meeting, Trustee Rocha?
Yes, there was a meeting at the end of May, and the primary discussion there was they were revising the terms of reference. So right now, the proposed changes were presented, and I believe a final vote will take place at their meeting, which should take place in October at a date that is yet to be determined. But as I said previously, the PIC conference has already been established. I can't remember the date off the top of my head, but save the date. I believe it's in October. Is that right? Yes. Do you know the date? Okay.
Thank you very much. And for the Special Education Advisory Committee, Trustees Baxter and Wogenhorst.
Thank you, Chair Collard. On behalf of Trustee Baxter and myself, we had a wonderful in-person meeting here May 20th with pretty good attendance, actually, of the SEAC committee. We went through the CTEP/ECPP student wellbeing presentation and learned about important work, including the work done at SILAPS, and we honored them with an Inspire Award tonight. And we spent most of the meeting reviewing the special education plan, which has been previewed tonight, and I think we are approving in the next coming meeting. And that's our report, unless Trustee Baxter has anything else to contribute. That's it.
Thank you, and I believe you told me there was not an accessibility committee meeting since the last board meeting?
No, it was rescheduled to June 18.
Okay, well maybe we can catch up with you on the 23rd then. Environmental leadership and sustainability, Trustee Gray.
Yes, thank you very much. There's much to report on behalf of this group, but I'll only just keep it to a couple of highlights to follow up on a comment made by CEO Ennis. Everyone here should know that there was an 82% survival rate of those salmon fry that went into the Lowville Park River. So good for the environmental group. I also wanted to just highlight, there's such great news with this group, but a couple of quick highlights. We all know that there's 100% Eco Schools participation this year, which is a first ever. But here's something interesting. There's 2,200 environmental leaders that have been identified in our schools, with 40,000 plus hours of outdoor learning having taken place, and over 1,500 trees planted this year. So what an amazing contribution to the environment. Again, all good news. I'm happy when I get home tonight. I'll share the news of the last meeting. It's 4 pages long. There's just way too much to report here tonight, but it's all good with our environmental group. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And for the Human Rights Equity Advisory Committee, Trustees Baxter and Zhang.
Thank you. We did have the last meeting of the committee for the school year. The next one will be in the new school year. It was quite a full agenda, a very active meeting. There was an update from Safe Schools from Superintendent Fowler, and a overview, and a bit of discussion about the suspension and expulsion report, which was Great. A presentation from Human Resources, and committee members had opportunities to ask questions of clarification of staff, which was excellent, and hear some of the work that's being done. And then, of course, Superintendent Coquell provided for this evening's report, agenda, the board report for the committee. So you can take a look in there and see a summary of all the great work that's been done this year. So just take a moment publicly to thank all of the committee members who volunteer their time. They are evening meetings, and folks are, at the end of a workday, taking time to contribute to the work of the board. And I think on behalf of all of us, I can say that we're very appreciative of their time. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And our final committee, the Mental Health Strategy Advisory Committee, Vice Chair Oliver.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I do not have anything to report tonight further to my update of last month. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we will move on to the OPSPA update with Trustees Gray and Daniele.
Not a lot to report. There was a phone call last week with chairs and board of directors. You have seen the notice today that the OPSPA collective bargaining team has officially been moved over to code. So I attended their last labor relations meeting. I represented all public school trustees on that committee. It was a very, very difficult meeting, but the team is great. The OPSPA staff working on collective bargaining are top notch. So I know that they will do the best they can for students. There's nobody I would trust more with collective bargaining than the OPSPA staff. There's an OPSPA Board of Directors meeting, the last one for this term, on Thursday. And as well, the OPSPA annual meeting is on Friday. That is going to be virtual, and registration has been open to anyone who would like to attend. There's a couple really good workshops in the morning on Bill 101 and Bill 33 and how it impacts trustees. So if you could sign in for those, that would be amazing. And then there'll be the regional meetings in the afternoon. And at that regional meeting, that will end my term as the regional chair. So it's been a great run.
Trustee Daniele, I know how much this has meant to you. And I know that you are struggling to not have those tears come. So I'm not going to try and make them come, but 16 years you have been on the board of directors. And of those years, I think 13 of them, you've been an executive member. Wow. What incredible dedication. And I know how much it's meant to you. OPSPA has a very special place in my heart, as you know, and the work that OPSPA has done year in and year out has been incredible, and it's due to people like you and your commitment, and to people like Trustee Gray and her commitment, because I know she's been a very big part of OPSPA as well. And so I just want to say I know how much you're going to miss that, but I also know you have great adventures ahead, and I just want to give you a Okay, now to move on to trustee questions of clarification regarding tonight's agenda. Are there any? Trustee Zhang?
Thank you. This is not directly related to today's agenda, but I do have some ideas like seek all trustees' input. This is about how to improve our governance model. We have two sets of documents. It's posted on the website. One is the policies. The other one is administrative procedures, AP. APs are above trustees' purview, so we don't handle those APs. But in the policies, we define the legal basis and have the define the principles, and so authorize the APs and procedures to implement in the operation. So as a trustee, our work is the policies. So we focus on the policies, and once we pass the policies or we update the policies, so then it looks like it's end there. But we don't know how the APs are reflect the updates of the policy. So there's some gap here. And so before we have, all the updated APs are included in the meeting package. Now it is no longer included. So I'm not saying this is what is the right way or the wrong way, but I just want to find an effective way. All the APs, update the APs will be, what is the effective way to inform trustees and to reflect those updates. So because even AP is above trustees' purview, but we still need to make sure those procedures follow the updates of policies.
I'm going to let Manager Khan respond to that.
Yes, thank you for the comments. So there are a few pieces to that. That's exactly correct. Policies and governance procedures fall under the purview of the Board of Trustees and setting out a broad stroke guidance of different areas. APs fall under the purview of the Chief Executive Officer pursuant to the Education Act, where it says that the Board of Trustees leaves the operational aspects of running the board. And as part of that operational piece, administrative procedures fall under that. So it would follow that the Board of Trustees sets the policies, they set the governance procedures, and then the other side of that coin is that the Chief Executive Officer ensures that there are APs in place to operationalize that direction. That is one piece just from an overview perspective. The other side of it is that the Board of Trustees did used to have the practice of having administrative procedures come to Committee of the Whole as well as to the Board of Trustees for review and comment. Upon doing a review of efficiency of governance practices, and we did some PD with different individuals that came and spoke to trustees about governance efficiencies, it was determined that the Board of Trustees should really be focused on the things that are within their purview, and things that are not within their purview should not be on a board agenda. And one of those things was administrative procedures. So not to say that trustees don't need to be apprised of changes, but now trustees receive that via email every time an administrative procedure is being updated. Trustees get circulated them to do exactly as you're suggesting, Trustee Zhang, look for maybe gaps or make suggestions with respect to governance and policy pieces that may interlink with the administrative procedures. So certainly they're not on the board agendas because that's really not their rightful place, but obviously we continue to collaborate with trustees and communicate when there is an administrative procedure being updated and providing for that opportunity for comment or recommendations that are then taken into consideration when updating those documents.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of clarification regarding tonight's agenda? Seeing none, move into private session. Oh, trustee news. Does anyone have trustee news from your schools? Trustee Gray.
Yes, thank you very much. I just wanted to share with the Board of Trustees that last night, in following in the footsteps of the work done by Trustee Daniele at the Milton Town Council last month, I presented with 3 other delegates to the Town Council in Halton Hills on the request that the mayor write to the province Premier and to the Minister of Education to have them commit to and complete a full-scale, transparent, province-wide consultation on school board governance models before altering the governance role of trustees. As you know, Bill 101 has passed. That's the legislation, but the actual aspects of it have yet to be determined, and the actual role, the future role of the trustee has yet to be announced. And so there's still time to bring voice to that and ask for an ability for stakeholders to have input into that. And so I'm very happy to report that this was supported by the town council, as it was in Milton, as it has been in 32 other municipalities around the province so far. It was supported unanimously, and so that went through town council in Halton Hills last night. Very proud to see that go through, and happy for the support of the town.
That is good news indeed. Vice Chair Oliver.
Thank you through your chair. I just wanted to mention a few celebrations across my area, Ward 4 Oakville. I thank the Garth Webb Parents for Black and Biracial Student Achievement Group for the invitation to the Future, Current, Graduating, and Alumni Elevating Excellence event. It was a wonderful celebration that CEO Ennis and I had the pleasure of attending. I also want to congratulate Garth Webb Robotics Team 5409 on a great year, which ended with a big celebration that included their family members. I was invited again this year to meet all the members of this Team 5409, and they comprise a number of teams, each with their own dedicated specialty. And I'm so very proud of the entire team and the various skill sets that they've acquired, both very technical and business, which is quite amazing. And in what students can learn in such a short amount of time that's so very technically and specialized in nature. And so that leads me to acknowledging and expressing my gratitude to the dedicated staff, Mr. Thomas Douglas and Ms. Carrie Everett, who dedicate countless hours and amounts of energy to supporting this team. And special thanks to the many wonderful community sponsors for their financial support, mentorship, and skill support. May and June are very busy months across HDSB with various activities, including both of my high schools organizing the Relay for Life, fantastic fundraiser for Cancer Society. I do not have the full tally for Abbey Park High School yet, but I know that Garth Webb raised approximately $46,000. Our HCSB students are truly amazing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we will be moving into private session, respecting negotiations, personal and property matters. Trustee Zhang, would you make a motion to go to private session?
Yes, please.
And Trustee Baxter, would you second that motion?
Yes, I would.
Thank you. Are there any objections to moving into private session? Seeing none, the motion is passed by unanimous consent, and we are now in private session. Vice Chair Oliver, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much.
We are now in public session. We are up to item 8.0, approval of business transacted in committee of the whole private session. Vice Chair Oliver, do we have any business?
Yes, we do. We have one motion, and that is, be it resolved that the Board of Trustees approve matters from the Committee of the Whole Board private session respecting personal matters, private session agenda item 4.1, and I so move.
Trustee Gray, would you second this motion?
Yes, I will.
Is there any debate? Seeing none, by show of hands, all those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you very much. That motion carries. Now our agenda is exhausted, and I declare our meeting adjourned. Thank you.